Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 here in Dakhla for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. I'm Josie Ashler, and joining me in the booth today, one more time, I have Gemma Hermione. Gemma, good morning. Conditions are looking good.
Good morning or good afternoon. It's quite late already. We've been on hold all morning. The wind is just kind of teasing us up a bit, down a bit, but it looks like it's stabilizing. Conditions are almost suitable, and it looks like we're going to finally get started. Men's round 4, pretty important elimination round coming up today. It means we're going to be losing people this round.
Yeah, exactly. As this dingle format comes through, this is the moment. There can only be one in each heat. It is man on man. And yeah, as you said, this is the time when people start to have to go home. Conditions are starting to get up. Like you said, we've been there all morning. One of the longest point breaks we have here in the Atlantic, and hopefully we'll start showing that. Yesterday, we were able to do a few one round of the ladies. Marginal conditions, what did you think about that?
Yesterday was really tricky, and I know a lot of the women had a really hard time. It's very frustrating to be training all year and then have to have this event with the conditions being far from ideal. But actually yesterday, as the women did not, none of them were actually eliminated from competition. It wasn't an elimination round, so we really wanted to progress, move forward from the round so that we can spend the time doing the important rounds as soon as the conditions are suitable. So everything was running okay. Today looks a little bit better. I know everyone is very motivated. They want to get moving. We all want to get moving. Don't forget, we might be crowning world champions today. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is the final stage of the tour, and like you say, this is where we're going to be crowning the world champions. Let's talk a little bit about how that's going on. On the ladies' side, we have current leader Perry Roberts from Australia. She has to make it through to the semi-finals, and she's crowned world champion.
Yeah, she'll automatically be crowned world champion if she wins her next heat. So that could be coming up this afternoon. And on the men's side, a pretty similar situation for James Carew from Australia. All he has to do is win his next heat in round 5, and he will automatically become world champion. But you never know. We don't know who he's up against yet, so it could be a challenge. If he fails in that heat, it opens the door for several riders. So Machu Lopez, Pedro Matos, and
Mr. Cosolino.
Mr. Cosolino, of course, himself. So these guys are all kind of on his heels, hoping for an opportunity, and we'll see what happens there in round 5.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a battle down here in the desert, and really looking forward for the conditions to start coming through. We've already been told that there's a swell on the wave, that it started to push through at 11. There's a spot about 1.5 kilometers up the point that has already got probably 3 to 4 foot sets coming through.
Yeah, the guys have gone to take a look, I believe, to see how the conditions were over there, to see a bit of a reflection of what we might be receiving here shortly. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed, leg crossed, body crossed. But
everything crossed. Everybody's so amped and ready to go. And everybody knows how amazing this location can be here in Dakhla. We're in West Point, Dakhla, Morocco. Such a beautiful spot. And we just want to see it get fired up. That's all we want.
That is all we want. So day 3 for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla. And we're going to go straight onto the water for the first heat of round number 4 of the men. We have who's in the water?
Okay, this is interesting. We have Ali Bakali, who's a local rider from here. He's a very great athlete. He's competed several years in the World Tour, also a very accomplished windsurfer, and he's going to be up against Pablo Amaris. And Pablo obviously has been off for a little bit of time. He's been injured, I believe, fully recovered and stoked to be here. So here you're going to have the challenge. Although Pablo is familiar with the spot, Ali knows the spot better than most people here. He's been riding here a very long time, so it's going to be an interesting one.
It definitely is going to be an interesting one. And also Pablo from Spain, from my local town in Tarifa, so we're going to be making some noise for both of these boys. So action on the water, heat number 1 of round 4 of the men. Let's go and see what's happening, Gemma.
Let's check it out. Thank you.
Well, there you can see both of the guys. So on your left there is Pablo Amaris in the grey wetsuit and the white board, and that is Ali Bakali there on the blue board and the blue wetsuit. So those are both of the guys that are in this heat. Let's see what they can do. As we say, wind has started to come in. It's taken a while for the conditions to actually start to hit here in Dakhla, but very happy to start to see a little bit coming off on this point break, as we were just saying before. One of the longest right-hand point breaks that there is in the Atlantic. And we saw on the first day that there were some very nice conditions, and hopefully this swell that has started to hit the shores here around 11 o'clock this morning is going to be increasing, and the tide is in our favor. So as we said, fingers crossed, let's get ready to rumble, because this is the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup final, Dakhla, Morocco. So there you can see Pablo there on the top of the corner. We've seen a couple good waves now. Let's have a look at the scores. So we have Bekali's got a 5.03 and a 5.4, so very consistent there for the local rider. I really love the style there of Ali. Nice and fluid, really pushes out the tail on all the waves. And when conditions are marginal, local knowledge always does pay off. And also, but hey, Pablo Amores also has come to Dakhla quite a few times. He just come off an injury, had a back hernia, and has been out for a couple of months. So it's good to see him in full form and ripping here down in Dakhla. So he's just coming on the waves, as you can see. Probably about hip high at the moment, but it is the wind's starting to increase and the waves are starting to peel down. Just hoping to see some bigger sets coming through as the competition goes forward and the day keeps going. And Pablo Amores at the moment has a 1.1 average on both of his waves, so looking to improve, and had a couple of turns on this one. Just having to work it, but it does look like he's going to push this kite to see if he can get it a turn. No, just unfortunately getting hit by the lip there. But hey, early days in the heat, still 11 minutes of action left in this heat number 1 of round number 4 of the men. This is the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Morocco. If you are just joining us, good afternoon and welcome to the desert. And on the water, we have both of our gladiators, Ali Bekali and Pablo Amores, currently in the water. Bekali also, there is a little bit of a double up on the point. Sometimes, you know, we've seen this wave, when it's working properly, it opens up at the very top of the competition area at the point, and it has this little flat midsection where it kind of lolls out. And then down here at the bottom where we can see Ali at the moment, it jacks up again, and you're able to get a couple of turns. Okay, Ali pretty much making as much as he could out of nothing there, was able to get a little bit of an air, but yeah, obviously judges are looking for 100% waves. Let's not forget, top 2 waves count. 10 wave attempts are allowed by each rider. They are looking for surfing. You're looking for verticality, linking turns, power, drive, commitment, and especially in conditions like this, wave selection is key, because if you are able to be patient, which is a virtue as they say, you can wait out there on the point and wait for those sets, because if you do get the size when the waves are small, you are going to get the extra kudos and shakas from the judges. So really looking forward to see, you know, it's kind of like the likes of Kelly Slater. Sometimes we can see him just waiting out the back and kind of has that sixth sense. But hey, it's, you know, everybody competes how they do, and it's a double-edged knife. You can stay waiting out the back for the whole time of the heat and nothing happens, or you will be able to get that set, but you still have that added pressure to perform on it. But if you do perform on those bigger waves, you are definitely going to be going through to the bigger numbers of the scores and going through to the future rounds of the competition. At the moment, 10.43 average for Ali in the lead, and Amores is with a 4.23. So, heat number 1 around number 4 here of the guys on the water, Bekali and Amores. As you can see, Pablo would need a 7.20 to take the lead at the moment. So he's not comboed out, but conditions are rough, to say the least, at the moment. Looks like there was a little gust coming through before, and we were able to start the competition. But once again, I can see both of those riders pretty much body dragging around. So we're just over half of this heat already done. So I can see, looking out the window, I can see our race director, Juan Antonio, checking out the conditions to make sure it is still suitable and there is enough for the riders to actually perform. And if I'm not mistaken, here I can see Bakali. He's going to want to come down on this whitewater. He knows he's in the lead, so he's going to want to try and maximize every possibility. But yeah, okay. I think that's a very good decision there from our race crew. Those 3 sirens means only one thing, that heat is cancelled and abandoned. And we are once again on standby. And yep, I think that image says it all. There you go. There is no wind at the moment. The kite is completely just falling out of the sky. So unfortunately right now we're going to be going on standby, and hopefully the wind will be able to increase and we can go back into competition action. But while we wait for this competition, let's have a little chat here and see what has gone down so far. So we were able to do round number 1 and round number 2 of the men. What happened there, we had quite a lot of the locals in round number 1 and number 2, and then we made it to round number 3, where we already saw a couple of very good heats. We had Hendrik Lopez really performing well from the Cape Verde on the F1. Camille Delanois, such a big family of kiters. Also, his surfing has improved so much. He is one of the best strapless surfers, strapless freestylers there isn't on the planet. We've seen him in the likes of Prayer, very, very talented freestyler, and really up in his surfer game. Because hey, if you want to be world champ, if you want to be on the top of the rankings of the tour, you got to be good at everything in anything, as they would say. Also, Sebastian Ribeiro from Brazil back in action, joining us here in Dakhla. He had one of the highest heats and the highest wave score. Very big surfing background, so much flow, so much style. Really cool to see the Brazilian back in action here in the family. Then we had Pedro Matos, who is currently seeded number 2. Very stylish. He is also a regular rider, so he's going front side here on this wave and ripping it up. He's hungry. After James Carew, he is the one that has the most possible probabilities, or the easiest route, if we could say it that way, to get that world championship. Who else do we have a good one? Ali Bakali, the guys who's in the heat on the water, performed really well against Kiko and Reese Myerscott. And Reese, this guy's home spot is a right-hand point break. And man, can you tell he knows how to ride these kind of conditions. I say it every single time I see Reese in Dakhla. The last event we had here, he was second in the single elimination and then ended up third, which was the year that Mito Monteiro won here. So Mito, we big shackers and shouts out to you. You are missed, brother. So really good to see Reese Myerscott going again. Then let's keep going down the list here. Machu Lopez, the backside magician, really been mixing it up, and we saw him how vertical he goes. And in the end, it's separating the men from the boys is how they can make gold out of absolute nothing. The diamonds in the rough, as they would say. They can really, time it. They know where to put the kite. It is very technical in offshore winds and small waves. You either have that kite and that board in the sweet spot, or you're either going to get pulled off the back of the wave or not be able to perform the turn. So, when conditions are marginal, when conditions are hard, that's where you can really tell the good guys and the good girls, because they can perform in all the different challenges that will be thrown at them. Continuing down, Anderson Rebulsa is also just a new Nash International rider, mixing it up. Very good freestyle. I hadn't seen him surfing for a while, and it was quite synced in here. He's been in Dakhla, if I'm not mistaken, a week, and definitely you can see that he's starting to like this place. And Charlie Martin from Rodriguez. I got so much love for this kid. He is about as quiet as they come. He's just chilling out on the beach, but you give that guy a surfboard and a wave, and he is shouting all day long. He has, you can really see he comes from the surfing. He links the turn, has that style, doesn't use the kite so much. Such a young talent from riding for Cabrina from Reunion Island right next to there in Mauritius. So no surprise that he knows how to surf, because the waves are pretty good down there. And then last but not least, we saw Mr. James Carew, our current tour leading, and this guy has fire in his eyes at the moment. You can see the determination. I had a podcast with him in Denmark, and one of the words he says that, on the beach all of us are friends, but as soon as we get out on the water, all I want to do is rip your head off. And I'm going to say that is definitely the attitude of a warrior and a champion. And if he wins his next heat, he is going to be crowned world champ. And hopefully we will see that happening, because well deserved, been pushing a lot, pushing the big air also with Ayrton. The guys, really pushing that big air strapless discipline. Great to see mixing it up. And there you can see on the screen right now, all the guys just chilling and waiting around, seeing if the conditions are there. Pumping up only the big kites at the moment because forecast the wind is pretty light. I'm seeing 12s, I'm seeing 10s. So yeah, most of the guys are probably going to be out on the bigger sizes. So yeah, stay tuned with us as we're going to be, if there's nothing happening on the water, we're going to be getting people interviews in here on the stream. Hit us up on the comments if you want to know anything, if there's some topics you want us to bring up. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the show. But I know the thing we want the most is just the waves to start pumping, the wind to start picking up, the sun to start shining, and let's get those world champions crowned. So bear with us as we're going to have a short break, and we'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everybody. Day 3 here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco, here in the beautiful location of Dakhla. The wind is back. We have some very good news. It looks like the swell has started to pick up, as the forecast was saying, and I can see already all the way out the back. I can even see some white caps, so that can only mean good news. At the moment, we are currently in heat number 1 of round number 4 of the men. We have Pablo Amores and Ali Bekali, and they have 7 minutes left of their heat. So let's go straight to the action, because I can see them out of the corner of my booth. They are already starting. Okay, so there we can see 6.5 minutes on the clock on your screen at the moment. That was Pablo Amores, just unfortunately losing his edge there. As we mentioned, the wind has already started to pick up once again. It's already turned to that northeasterly, which is the predominant wind that we have here on this right-hand point break. And looking forward to seeing some action, because normally when it comes in this kind of time in the afternoon, means it's here to stay. So I can see some synchronized surfing there out the back. That is Ali Bekali just on the top left, and in the front and center in your screen is Pablo Amores. They're having to make the most of every little ripple out there. Currently 10.43. We have Ali in first, and then Pablo Amores with a 4.23 average. These are elimination rounds. This is already the 4th round of competition, and this is the final stage of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, as we will be crowning our world champions at this event. Okay, there we can see both of the riders are going to be running their way up the point, so that they can get a little bit more action out of this. Just over 5.5 minutes left of this heat. Let's have a look at the wave scores that they've had so far during the heat that they were started about a couple of hours ago and are going to be ending here. Okay, Bekali has a very nice 5.03 and a 5.4 average. That's where he's got those scores. Pablo, 3.23 on that last wave, and he has another 1.0 wave also. And now let's see if I can... Just waiting for the camera to switch, as I can see Bekali at the front of my booth here, riding yet another wave. Okay, and Pablo running his way up the beach, 7.20 for him at the moment. And there you can see on your screen, that is Ali Bekali. Very light conditions still, but there is enough, as you can see the guys riding the little much that there is. Forecast is not looking great, so we are having to push, but we're making sure that conditions are suitable, as these are elimination rounds. As we mentioned yesterday, as they were not elimination rounds, we could push a little bit harder, and due to the facts of the forecast, unfortunately, you know, it's the name of the game, and sometimes you have to do that, because no one would be eliminated. Everybody would still have a chance in the competition, because that is the beauty of the dingle format. But as of today, for both the ladies and for the men, whoever loses their heat will be out of the competition, so we're making sure that everything is optimal out there. And right now on the water, heat number 1, round number 4 of the men GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Morocco. I'm Josie Asher, and it is great to be back on the event and have the live stream activated one more time. As I mentioned, throw us some comments on the stream if you want things that we want to mention, if you want to talk about certain areas, if you have questions, you want to, you know, give us some info on some of the riders, shout out for your homies. Just give me a few comments there on the stream. Okay, so there you can see both of the guys walking up the point one more time. There's the scores of the waves that they caught so far: 5.03, 5.4, and a 1.93, and a 3.23. Okay, Pablo stepping up the game, 3.23, 3.33. So obviously that last wave counted and got him a little bit more action there on the scoreboards, but he's going to have to step his game up, because he needs a 7.10 if he wants to take it from Bekali, and the clock is ticking and time is running out. It is great to be back here in Morocco. Dakhla, one of our oldest events, and it always is really, really close to our heart. We've had so many different events here, all with the Dakhla Attitude, West Point, and PK Vincent, or 25, as they say, group of hotels. We've been to all the different locations, and Dakhla is such a paradise for kite surfing worldwide. You can come here pretty much there's always wind, especially down on the lagoon. You can see, for learning, it's perfect flat water, just about knee deep. So if you want to get into the beautiful sport that we have here of kite surfing, that's definitely a location to go there. You've got the bungalows, you've got they've even got a 2.0 cable system. You can go surfing, go to the lagoon, go to the Dragon Island in front. Really nice location. If waves is your thing and you're more into surfing in the morning and waking up, having a shower, looking at the ocean out of your door, West Point is one for you, which is where we are today, right in front. This little point break also works really nicely in the morning for surfing and to learning to surf. So yeah, this is the place for that. And then Pekavansang is a little bit more in the middle. The really colorful bungalows, nice and cool vibe, a little older vibe. And yeah, also a very nice location. Dakhla has so much to offer, and it is great to be back here one more time. And there I can see in the sky, that is the red flag, meaning that is the end of that heat. And we will be moving over to heat number 2 of round number 4 of the men. Okay, well, while we wait and get into transition for that next heat, I can see the red flag in the sky. We're going to go to a short commercial break. And welcome back. There we can see the yellow flag in the sky, meaning 1 minute to the next heat out on the water. Already got through that heat in between Bekali and Pablo Amores. Bekali taking the win on that one. And now we have Michaeli versus Hendricks. Both very good, very good riders. Michaeli put on a solid performance yesterday, getting second in his heat, if I'm not mistaken, and very nice surfing. And then Hendrik Lopez, no stranger to the tour, the young Cape Verdean under the Swiss flag, riding out here and ripping. So really looking forward to this heat. 22 minutes heat, 3-minute transitions at the moment. That is the name of the game. Top 2 waves count, 10 attempts. And looking for the surfing, the flow, the flare, the style, connecting those sections, hitting the wave in the sweet spot, and just going down the line and really utilizing the power of the kite when it's needed to be able to perform that surfing action. So yeah, great to be back here for day 3 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. And now we have heat number 2 of round number 4 of the men on the water. Okay, so back on the water with Hendricks, Lopez, and Michaeli, and there we have Hendrick. Nice little bit of a foam ball whack, if we can say that. Marginal conditions out there, as we know and we can see. Great to see everybody back on the stream. Good morning, good afternoon, and we will be here until the good evening. Day number 3 here in the desert in Morocco, and we are currently in front of the West Point Hotel enjoying heat number 2 of round number 4 of the men. Hendrik Lopez and Sebastian Michaeli in the water. Michaeli on the red duotone kite, and here we can see him dropping in on a little inside roller. Hopefully you can see the wind is really light. The guys are having a very hard time because it is pretty much a ripple out there on this downside section, and B, also due to the wind. Very hard conditions out there. I know our race crew are really on it to make sure that it is still suitable. Would not want to be making the decisions at the moment for the judges, but hey, you know, everybody's got to, we got to do what we got to do, and now let's see the action go on, as it is 19.5 minutes still left of this heat. Yeah, it is about 15 knots on average. You can see, you know, also there's one thing you can see, some of the riders, they are, you know, used to these lighter conditions. Hendricks, he's very used to Cape Verde, Punta Preta, which is the same direction, a little bit more offshore. But I've seen these guys go out in pretty much, you know, 10 to 12 knots. Mitu Monteiro, the legend, he can be no wind, and he somehow utilizes the white water to push against it to be able to get back to the peak. And once he's on the wave, he just keeps the kite in the sky and is surfing. And yeah, you know, in the end, is you want to be world champ, you want to be on the top of the ranking, you got to be able to do it in the good, in the medium, and in the bad, with anything and everything. And yeah, Hendricks really putting on a solid performance at the moment, because he is pretty much making gold out of nothing at the moment. So yeah, solid performance for him. And now let's have a look at the scores. So he's got, at the moment, he has a 5.2. And here you can see Hendricks keeping himself busy. He is one of the lighter riders, I will say that. There's some heavier boys out there, but nice wave selection. He is really utilizing the mush as much as possible as he can out here, and being able to at least perform some sort of turns on some of the waves. So that is why he's in the lead at the moment. You can see 5.27 there for Mr. Lopez. And you know, you have to make the most with what you can got, and Mother Nature at the moment is not giving us what we want, but we're going to trust and enlighten ourselves here in the desert in Morocco, and hopefully we will see the potential that we know and we've seen this location has in front of West Point, and we'll be okay. Here we have Michaeli trying to make something of that little ripple that he had out there. As we mentioned before, the wave starts up the top, and when conditions get better, the point starts really breaking on that top right-hand side. Then it has a flat section in the middle, and then they come down to pretty much in front of where we got the stream booth here. And I have a view of the whole competition site at this event. Very stoked about that one. And they come down and it jacks up a little bit more. Obviously, you know, as the waves are probably about 1 to 2 foot on maximum at the moment, it ain't going to be jacking up much. But when the swell starts to increase, you can really see how the guys can pretty much run all the way from the top of the point to the down section here. As we've been saying, we are going to be crowning our world champions here in this event. James Carew, current leader of the men, has the biggest chance because he only has to win his next heat and he will be crowned champion. And also Perry Roberts has the best odds at the moment because she can make it through to semi-finals, and she will also be crowned world champion. If that doesn't happen, there's a couple of factors on the guide. Pedro Matos, Eton Cosilino, and Mancho Lopez have possibilities depending on where James ends up. And then also we have Charlotte Carpentier, Capucine Delanois, and Katarina Edding also have chances depending on if Perry loses in round 5 or in the quarters, or if not, if she makes it through to the semi, she will get the crown jewels and take them home. Okay. I can see the guys. I can see the guys looking at the judging tower here. So unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, I think we are going to go into yet another abandonment of the heat. Come on, Mother Nature, give us some love, please. Conditions are marginal, but as we said, this is elimination round. So you know the guys and the girls. Anybody who gets kicked out now is kicked out of the competition, and it would not be fair if it is in marginal conditions. So really making sure that we take that into account. So there we can see Hendrik Lopez all the way up, just chilling out there with Mr. Son Cozzolino. So yeah, guys and girls, we're going to be going on standby at the moment. So we'll keep you updated. If we continue on standby, every about 20 minutes to half an hour, we'll bring a guest in, have a little chat. Once again, shout us out on the stream if you want to talk to anybody, if you want to know anything about the tour, anything about the riders. Give us a shout. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to have some time far and few between the heats, and it would be cool to get some interaction happening there. So yeah, once again, thanks for joining in on the stream. Everybody start crossing your fingers and making the old wind dances virtually, please, as let's hope we can see some conditions coming here now.
Faire gagner le sport.
Welcome back, everybody. So we are here in Dakhla, day number 3. Far and few between. It's kind of going up and down the wind and the waves, unfortunately, but it does look like conditions are back once again. Hopefully this time, third time lucky, this is the time that it's going to stay. So in the water we have Hendrix, Lopez and Michaeli. I can already see them out the corner of my eye. Red flag is in the sky. Let's go to the water and check out the action. 7.40 average on both of his waves. And Michaeli tomorrow we'll be able to get the conditions that we know this place is famous for producing, and we'll be able to end this World Championship with a bang, as there are a lot of contenders out there. Let's not forget James Carew only has to win his next heat, making his way through to the quarterfinals, and he would take the crown home. And when it comes to Perry Roberts on the ladies' side, she has to make it all the way to the semi-finals. Depending on where they lose, if they do not make those heats, different people come into play. And let's see how that action goes out, as that green flag means only one more thing. It is go, 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 3, 2, 1 action on the... Okay, Hendrik Lopez once again here on a little inside roller, seeing if he can make something of this. 7.74 at the moment, and see if you know, can't quite get on that wave. That is not a good sign. That is not a good sign. Kites falling out of the sky here in Dakhla, meaning only one thing, that the wind is anything but there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, just waiting for the call. But I think we're probably going to go into abandon of yet one more time. Come on. Bring us some wind. This is so frustrating. But hey, name of the game. Name of the game. This is one of the beauties and nightmares of our sport. We've got to wait for the conditions. And I always say it, patience is a virtue. And I'm going to keep working on that virtue. And hopefully we'll be able to see some conditions coming through. But it ain't looking good at the moment. The white caps that I saw at the back have disappeared. And I can see both of the guys there on the shore having issues keeping those kites in the air. At the moment, we have Mr. Lopez leading with a 7.74 and Michaeli with a 3.0, just trying to relaunch his kite there. But yeah, it does also look like the waves have dropped a bit, so not positive vibes left, right and center at the moment. And we will have to wait and see and hope and pray that we can get some more conditions in and be able to continue with the competition here. Day 3, GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla. Hendrik trying to lead up on that little double up on the top. Sorry, excuse me, Hendrik. I do apologize. So Michaeli trying to lead up on that double up here. There is a little double up section on the bottom half of the competition area where the wave does jack up a little bit. And now I can see Hendrix all the way out the back. It does look like that is, I'm going to say, a set. Don't give me too much beep about it, but I'm going to say it's a bigger wave there out the back. And here we can see Hendrix, okay, engaging on a turn. That's a nice one there, considering how little power is being produced through this one. And he's got another nice section. So good wave selection, good reading there from Hendrix. This is probably one of the best rides we've seen so far today. As I've seen some guys saying on the stream, definitely a magician, making the most out of the conditions there. And a very solid competitor, this young man from Cape Verde. And nice way to end off that wave there. Good ride in there from Hendrix. Intelligent. He's just racking up the points. Judges are really going to be rewarding that because he managed to link up 4 decent turns. meaning that he is definitely going to get a good score. Let me go into the old app here and see, waiting for numbers to be dropped, but I think I'm seeing another 5, mid-5s. Yep, 5.57 for that last wave there from Hendricks. Very nice, and this is the one here, just a little replay. So as you can see, engaging on that first turn, went across the foam ball, came down, looping the kite, blowing at it, getting as much as possible, goes to the top, jacked up a little bit of face, was able to keep the speed here. Another turn, just a little bit off the top, almost lost the balance there, and now just rode the foam ball to that bottom section. There you can see jacking the kite around one more time, looping it, letting the tail a little bit loose, and then to a little bit of a finisher here, just a little closer. Good work there for the Cape Verdean, making gold out of nothing there, and that's why the judges have rewarded that with a 5.57, 10.84 average. 4.5 minutes to go of this heat number 2 of round number 4 of the men. There you can see both of the boys making their way back up to the point, and I am going to say that suddenly there's a little bit more of a gust coming into my booth. I don't know if I'm getting excited, if it's the Red Bull, or if I can actually see some wind coming, because there are some white caps once again out the back there. And we did see that last wave from Hendrick was still not the kind of stuff we want to be having to judge on, but it was as good as you can get for the conditions out there. So maybe that will mean the guys won't have to use the old desert conveyor belt up to the point and walk along the sand. They'll actually be able to go upwind and continue here with this competition. So far this heat, 3 minutes 15 seconds left. Heat 2, round number 4. If you are just joining us, good afternoon to the beautiful sunny location here in Morocco for the final stage of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. We are in front of the West Point Hotel. We can see both of our competitors floating around at the moment, just waiting for those conditions to start coming in. The wind has been fluky, to say the least. It's not showing us the love that we want to see at the moment, but I am going to keep my hopes up because forecast has got a little bit better for the days to come. Already it looks like Sunday and Saturday has a bit more, and yeah, so hopefully that will mean we'll be able to continue on, because there's still quite a few heats to do if we want to finish this competition. And let's not forget World Champion scenarios, as we will be crowning our World Champions for 2021 season here in Morocco. There, and now let's have a look at Hendricks there also here. So pushing along, Hendricks, he is a lighter rider, but you know, foam ball ride, gets the turns, sticks to the white water. But unfortunately got pushed off the back, just not enough to keep him in. To make things harder, conditions here are also offshore, which sometimes you need a little bit more oomph in the kite, because when you do that top turn, you have to have that kite low so that it powers up and sticks you back into the wave. And yeah, here we can see Hendricks used to offshore conditions, because when it comes to Punta Preta, Cape Verde, that is probably one of the best offshore right-handers there is on the planet. And Hendrick proving the point at the moment in the lead with more than a 10.0 total. Top 2 waves count. 10 wave attempts for each rider in pursuit of that perfect 20. I will be impressed if someone pulls that off in the conditions we have at the moment. But Hendricks keeping himself busy, intelligent riding, smart, using the strategy, and at the moment in the lead of this second heat of round number 4 of the men. Okay, last minute, guys and girls, last minute. Will we have a final wave? We will soon find out. Once again, if you're here with us on the stream, thank you for joining. Hope action is going to start increasing. We can start enjoying some nice surfing here down in Morocco. If you have any questions, if you want to talk about anything, if you want to, me to ask specific things to riders, just give us a shout. I will try and answer as much as possible and be able to, get some info on all the different guys. So yeah, if you have any of those questions, just hit me up on the stream. Great to be back in action, event on site. Beautiful Morocco, one of the oldest events we have on tour. Had a good first day, but the second and the third have not been great. We were able to go out with the ladies yesterday in very light conditions, and the guys also suffering that at the moment. Elimination rounds on the water And closing seconds here of this heat in between Michaeli and Hendrik Lopez. A little bit of synchronize. Kite dropping there from both of the boys, so that means red flag, means that next up we have heat number 3 of the men. And we're back there. We can see the boys from F1 and Manera getting it down there on some of their trips. And the legend Mito Monteiro, one of the event winners for various times here in Dakhla, now taking it easy and chilling out in Cape Verde. But I reckon he's even more busy than he was when on tour. Mito, big shout out to you. You and Miss, my brother. I hope to see you very soon. So red flag. And we have in the water heat number 3 of round number 4 of the men. We have from the USA, we got Gray Foster, and also from Spain, the youngster Keanu Merton is up and ready to go into the water as we are in sequence, less than 3 minutes to the start of that heat. Okay, so there we have Gray Foster from the USA, starting off with a nice little wave there. 3.10 straight on the buzzer. This boy means business, so good to see him out there in the water. He's also going to have to make his way up the beach, but still 3.0, 3.10 on the scorecards. And he is up against this young man here, Keanu Mertens. Keanu comes a local from Estepona there in Heaven Kite. Comes a lot to my local town of Tarifa. Very talented freestyle strapless rider. And I'm very impressed in how he's been surfing throughout the last few days. So he is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the future years of his career. And here we can see just mixing it up a little bit, keeping the flow, keeping it moving. Not much more you can do in these conditions. And yeah, it's going to... Let's see what the judges thought of that one. Let's not forget, top 2 waves count. 10 wave attempts for each rider. Conditions obviously are marginal, so judges are taking that into account. If the rider can produce goods in pretty much nothing, they are going to get the extra kudos and the extra points. There you can see the difference in between Gray Foster and Keanu. Gray Foster didn't have as many turns, but the turns he did have had a little bit more whack, a little bit more umph, and a little bit more flow to them. Keanu just kept moving up and down the wave, still connecting and making, you know, a nice little wave there, but that is the difference. So you can really see the judges taking into account both of the scores. So good to see the boys throwing down here in the mush at the moment here in Morocco. Dakhla, day number 3 of competition. Hopefully the wind does look like it is a little bit more stable now, and as the afternoon comes on, it looks like it will be increasing. Now we just need the waves to get up a little bit, and we are go here for the final event of the season. You can see the wave from Gray Foster came down, got a nice link, let some water loose on that first one. So judges liking the commitment considering how light the conditions are out there. And once again here we can see Keanu. These boys keep him busy. Lighter riders, and it is pretty much ankle high out there at the moment. It is really hard for everybody involved at the moment to be producing the goods here with these kind of conditions, but you know, everybody making the most of it. Team effort, as they would say. Keanu again, similar to the last wave, I'm going to say a little bit under, just waiting for scores to be dropped on that one. Didn't quite get as many turns, and now we will see what the judges thought of that last wave. Okay, so while we're waiting here for the action to continue in this heat, if I'm not mistaken, I can see out of the corner of my eye, I can see Gemma is on the beach with one of our riders. Gemma, how is it going? Okay, unfortunately, it looks like we have a little bit of a technical issue there, but we'll be back with that interview on the beach. And at the moment, I can see Gray Foster dropping in on a little wave. Got a first turn, but it did have the kite a little high and kind of got pulled back off of his board, and just producing the second turn there. Once again, marginal conditions for everybody, but no, still got to make the most of it. And now we can see once again another wave out there. Hopefully, conditions are going to be improving. Okay, so Keanu dropping in on a little mush once again. Both of these boys keeping a little busier. It does look like the wind is a bit stronger compared to the other heats, so maybe we'll be able to see some more action as it comes down. Keanu there trying to stay on the wave, linking a few things together, but unfortunately losing his balance there on the end. 7.43 there for Foster, and Keanu Mertens is 5.20 at the moment. Okay, so it looks like it is all solved. So we're going to go down to the beach with Gemma as she has a beach interview.
Yeah, sorry about that, Joe. Some technical difficulties here this morning. Really nice to see you here, Hendrik. Congratulations. You're advancing through the next round. It's been a lot of waiting this morning, starting, stopping. How do you feel about your heat?
Oh, yeah, thank you for having me. It's It's been a hard heat, but I'm super happy to make it through. I did kind of like, it was my best riding I think so far, and super happy to make it. The other day was really hard, but I'm here to learn still and getting a lot of experience, and next year to be ready and fight harder.
Are you familiar with Dakhla, Morocco? Have you been here before?
No, it's actually my first time, and I arrived here, it was not so good conditions, and still not that good, but we try to make it best, and having fun. Thanks having my uncle by my side helping me, it's really helping me a lot. I'm super happy, and yeah, thank you everyone.
Super nice. Do you want to send a message to everyone at home who's watching you online?
Yeah, my mom is probably crying right now. She's like sending me message every second and calling me all the time.
She's your biggest fan.
Yeah, she is. But thank you for everyone, my mom, my dad, the family, and yeah, you, next round. Yeah.
All right, let's do it. So Hendrik, I hope to see you right back here for another winning interview after the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Back to you, Joe. Thank you.
Great to see Hendrik there, and I definitely know Didi, his mum, is going to be shouting the other side of the stream, and all the guys and girls there in Cape Verde. Solid performance there from the youngster, very talented young rider here, Mr. Hendrik Lopez, and coming from a big family of kiters, his uncle none less than Mr. Edwin Cosolino. So good person to have in the corner and telling you the tips of what to do and what you need to get to be able to go through to those future rounds. But currently we have heat number 3, round number 4 of the men out here on the water. 13.5 minutes to go. In the lead, Gray Foster from the US of A with a 7.43, and Keanu Mertens from Spain with a 5.20. Wind has increased a little bit. At least the guys aren't falling out of the sky at the moment. So yeah, very happy about that. And hopefully I can see some more white caps on the back, and we'll be able to see some more action as this tide starts filling through. The waves are going to be getting a bit better here in front of the West Point Hotel in Dakhla. But let's not forget World Champion scenarios, as this is the final leg of the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour, and looking forward to getting the king and the queen, crowning those two champions and starting to enjoy a few cold ones with them. Let's see who will it be, because there is a battle down here in the desert. Okay, so it looks like Keanu is getting a little bit closer with that 3.87 of the last wave, but Gray Foster got that 4.33. Very small scores at the moment, but the boys are making the most out of the little nuggets that are out there, the little ripples or foam balls, whatever you want to call them. And at the moment it is Mr. Foster from the US of A in the lead, as we're just coming over to that meridian of the halftime mark of these 22-minute heats, 3-minute transitions. 100% waves, top 2 waves count out of 10 wave attempts, excuse me. And at the moment on the left-hand side of your screen, that with the yellow helmet is Keanu Mertens from Spain, and on the right-hand side is Gray Foster. Those are the riders in heat number 3, round number 4 here down in the desert in Morocco in Dakhla. And that is the point break. that we can see. Hopefully the waves are going to increase. The second swell is coming. They did say it was going to start to come in this morning as we pretty much woke up and it was flat. So hopefully throughout the afternoon and tomorrow we'll be able to see the waves increase and finish this World Championship off with a bang. And there we can see Keanu Martin swooping around as much as possible to try and get some points on this little inside roller. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Kite's still a little bit high, kind of gets pulled off, but you know, in the end, linking it together and keeping himself busy, actually making it all the way down the line on this little ripple. So yeah, judges are obviously going to score that a bit, but hoping to look for some better action as soon as possible. Have a look at that replay so you can see pretty much hip high, and Keanu ain't the tallest of riders, so they're very small conditions, but really making the most out of nothing there, you know, turning everything he can and putting everything in. These two riders, and now Gray Foster also managing to get a little bit more vertical and have a little bit more flow and power throughout his turns. He's not turning as much or making as many turns as Keanu, but is managing to connect a little bit better. So yeah, that is why he's getting the higher scores, not by much, but a little bit. Every little counts. World Championship, any heat can be a final, but at the moment conditions quite marginal, and both of these riders making the most of what they have at hand. So a big double shackers and congratulations to them as we just get past, coming up on that 7-minute mark for this heat. Okay, Keanu making his way out, just floating around, kind of going up to the wave to see if he can land on one of these little ripples. Wow, conditions are so marginal out there. I'm really hoping that this is going to improve. It is quite painful for everybody at the moment to see this, but this looks like a better wave. Okay, Keanu connecting on a first good turn, did loop the kite around. Now let's see a second. Okay, two decent turns considering how flat that wave is. So this is where this section kind of flattens out. Now he's going to be riding the foam wall, as you can see, trying to keep the speed, stay close to that white wall or ripple, whatever you want to call it. And now he's going to be making it down to the bottom section where normally that wave would start to make out. So unfortunately it does look like this one didn't, but he got 3 to 4 solid turns. Let's have a look at the replay. Kind of comes in, drakes up a little bit here, there. Now the wave, this is probably where the wave did have the most for it and was able to get a little bit of a turn in, then kind of went a little bit too far on the shoulder and managed to connect one more time. But you can see how flat that is, pretty much just using the kite to go left, right and center on this one. Very small conditions, very tough, but both of these riders keeping themselves busy, and hopefully they will be increasing. But yeah, Keanu, let's have a look. Let's see what the judges have thought of that one. Just going to check the old scorecard. So for that wave, he has a 3.20. Very close, because if he wanted to take the lead, all he needed was a 3.57. So now it is very close, far in between both of these guys, as Gray Foster has a 7.43 and Keanu a 7.07. So just coming up on 4 minutes left of this heat. Still enough time for Keanu to produce the goods. Will he be able to, or will this man here on the screen, Gray Foster, put the old nail in the coffin and get this heat? He's got a nice wave there. Is he going to turn around? Yes, he is. Okay, now I'm getting very excited if I can call him that a nice wave at the moment. But this is what we have here for day number 3. Hopefully swells will be increasing. Can Gray make something of it? He's braking now. He's got a little bit of a section. Let's see what he has for us here from the US of A. You can see the wind quite light. Pushing the tail as much as possible out on that mush, and now this is where that bottom section has a little bit of a hit. Better hit there for Gray. If he can manage to get one more in, I think he will probably improve over those last 2 waves, because if my memory serves me right, that 3.1 wasn't as good as that one. I reckon it ain't going to be great, but I do reckon that one will be a little bit better. Now you can see first turn pretty much is in the turn, it's just going back. It is a little bit of a tail whip, very much on the flat, so the judges are obviously going to not give him big points for that, but considering that was a better hit, considering the wind and the wave was jacked up. And you can see one more time, he is hitting the wave where, let's say, minimal amount of verticality there is. And yep, so scores were increased like I expected, a 4.27 for that one. So Gray making it even harder here for Mr. Merton, as now he is going to need a 4.73 if he wants to take the lead. So now let's see how he is going to do on this last wave. One kind of check turn to go back to the foam ball, but yeah, wave selection is key at the moment, because he is going to have to go out on one of the bigger waves, or the less smaller waves of the sets that are coming through here in front of the point, if he wants to overtake Gray and avoid being eliminated from the competition. Because let's not forget, this is round number 4 of the Dingle format. So there can only be one, as the Highlander would say. And one of these guys will be going home, and unfortunately when the end of this heat, because now we are in elimination rounds as we go further on in the competition. Day 3 GK Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla. Conditions marginal at the moment, but everybody, I want to get you to keep your fingers crossed. Do some wind dance, give us some love. Mother Nature, give us some love and send us some waves and wind right now down here in the desert. So coming up on that last minute of the heat, Gray knows he's in a good position. Now he's just waiting to see. He is just waiting to see if he's going to have to go back out to get another wave. Can't see any ripples on the horizon, but considering how small the waves are out there at the moment, I doubt I would be able to see them from all the way out here. Keanu looks like he's going out. He's seen something. Okay, so he's deciding to go on this one. So check turn off of the whitewater. Oh, not bad amount of face there. This wave isn't looking too bad. 4.74 is what he's going to need if he wants to go through. Okay, good section there. Going to be looping around, grabbing the line to get as much power as possible. Better turn, but okay, judges are going to be deducting for that one, because he did go off the back and then kind of came back in. Wants to be closer to the foam ball if he wants to get the scores. Once again, flat section all the way out on the shoulder. Now this is where he has to start producing the goods, because the wave is starting to jack up a little bit. It is starting to get better on that bottom section. Keanu keeping himself busy, but we do need to see the power. That was a better turn. And finishes it off. Keeps it together. Oof. Smile on his face. Very talented young man, but that is going to be hard, because I reckon he is going to need a 5.06 continue in this competition, and I'm going to go out as far as saying I don't think that is going to be enough. And it does look like out the corner of my eye I could see Gray Foster on another wave, but he has fallen off, and we're just watching this replay there from Keanu. That was a first good turn, but it was that part where he went off the back and he had to recoup that speed to be able to continue through. So just waiting for those scores to be official. Just refresh here. So is with a total of 7 waves. Gray Foster from the United States of America with an 8.93 is going through to the next round. And unfortunately, that young man there, Keanu, is going to be eliminated from the competition. But a big congratulations. Felicidades, chaval. Orgulloso de ti. And there you can see his father coming towards us. Very tough conditions out there. Improved a lot on his surfing. And this guy has a very bright future. Very young rider, and he's already out here with the big boys, giving them some heat. So very good riding there from the young man. But it is Gray Foster going through to the next round. And next up, we will have heat number 4 of round number 4 of the men here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. And before we start off with that heat, and we can see those are the 2 riders from the last one on the water, we're going to take a short break and go to some commercials. Okay, so we're back, and those are the 2 boys going out on the water. Yaris de Olmo and Arsenio Diaz. Both of these guys known on the World Tour. Arsenio Diaz, Cuncuña, all the way from Cape Verde. And Yaris de Olmo, the young Italian rider. Both very good freestylers and talented riders out there at the moment. And looking forward to see Arsenio also really good in the surf. He had a good event back in the day, about a year and a half ago, before all the world went crazy down in Kite Beach in Cape Verde. Really impressed me. Some very nice surfing style. But hey, you know, Cape Verde, some of the best waves in the world. And now we can see both of these guys, good friends on and off the water. But now it's time to battle it out and let's see what they have for us here. So on your screen, front and center, duotone rider is Yaris de Olmo, and he is up against Arsenio Diaz in the RRD. Both of these guys, good friends on and off the water, and looking forward to see how they perform here. Conditions are light, but I'm going to say that the wind does look like it's picking up a little bit. So it's going from feather to a little less feather. Hopefully as the afternoon goes through, we'll be able to see some more wind just coming up on 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Excuse me. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock back home in Tarifa, and we will be able to see some more wind pushing through. Normally around 3 to 4 o'clock it does start to pick up, and hopefully that will allow us to have some more action here. Day number 3 of competition in Dakhla, Morocco. The final, where we'll be crowning our world champions. Heat number 4, round number 4 on the men on the water at the moment. Currently on your screen, the Italian Yaris de Olmo, and he is up against Arsenio Diaz. Thank you everybody for joining here on the screen. Shout me some comments, give me some stuff if you want me to talk to riders, if you have specific questions about formats, competition, what happens, what doesn't happen. You know, speak your mind as much as possible and I'll try and answer. Okay, so Yaris backside riding here. We haven't seen that yet today. Nice little turn there considering. One of the lighter riders. But man, those waves are so small. It is like knee-high out there. But that was a good turn considering. So yeah. Obviously, once again, making the most out of anything. If you want to be in the top positions of the ranking on the World Tour, you've got to be able to produce the goods in some things and anything, and in the good, the bad, and the medium conditions. And all of these riders doing that as much as possible here in Dakhla, as the conditions are marginal. These are elimination rounds, so there can only be one, meaning that 2 riders will be kicked out of competition and have to wait until next year to go as hard as they want. So that was Yaris Roma waiting to see the first score, opening up this heat, and opening it up pretty well, a 4.40, so nice one there for the Italian. There you can see the replay of that little inside roller. Yannis making the most out of there. Nice little hack there. Quite impressed how he was able to work that board around with the light wind conditions, and that why the judges rewarding him with that 4.40. So currently in the lead, and looking out the corner of my booth now, I can see that Arsenio's kite is down in the whitewash. Very light conditions out there. Let's see if it improves throughout this heat. Just over 18 minutes of the 22 minutes. Heats at the moment, top 2 waves out of 10 wave attempts are the ones that count. And Yaris the only one at the moment with that opening up with that 4.40. There we could see Arsenio Diaz dropping in backside. So backside versus backside at the moment. So both of these guys, obviously goofy riders, right foot forward. Arsenio looking forward to seeing him in how he got those scores. Conditions are very tough out there. I'm going to be repeating myself, but it is what it is. There's nothing we can do. Mother Nature is boss. And Arsenio for that one only getting a one-hit wonder. So that's a 1.83. Yadi's quite an intelligent rider in that last wave. You have to have the wave selection. He is one of the lighter riders, so has a little bit of an advantage there. But got that wave selection, got the less smaller of the waves coming through in on the sets. And the duotone rider from Italy making the most out of a tough situation. 14.5 minutes to go of this 22-minute heat. And you can just see him perusing out the back there, waiting to see if a swell will hit and if a set will come through to be able to produce the goods to make his way through to round number 5. Let's not forget, if James Carew wins round number 5 also, he will be crowned world champion here. And Yanis looks like he's decided to take off on this little ripple. A little bit of a check turn there. Whacking the board around, but he is literally just turning on flat water. Yeah, you can see there is, there is nothing out there at the moment. So yeah, wind does look like it's picked up a little bit, which, you know, taking a positive from a negative, but hopefully we will see some more action as the day goes by here in the desert. So yeah, it definitely does look like the wind has picked up, because Yari is actually planing there at the moment, which is probably the first time we've seen today someone actually planing. I will say he is one of the lighter riders on tour, but still, we take what we can get at the moment. So he's going to actually starting to be able to stay upwind, and if he can manage it out to the top section of the point, he's probably got a better chance of picking out some of the set waves. Like I said before, when conditions are marginal, selection really is key, because what it means is the guys can take the set wave. You've got to be patient, and sometimes that will pay off, because when the conditions are really small, if you're able to pick out one of the bigger waves and perform on it, you're really going to get the scores from the judges. At the moment, we're kind of seeing from waves with a decent hit or a decent kind of combination of surfing are getting mid fours and even 5-point wave ride. So yeah, Yanis, and there you can see Arsenio trying to make his way out, and Yanis here turning on a little ripple on the inside. And let's see what he's got for us here. Bit of a check turn out on the shoulder, comes around, loops the kite underneath to get the power. Better turn there on that little section of the wave, able to snap the board around. Trying to pull that kite and push that kite as much as possible, and it is now where the bottom part of this wave starts to open up a bit. Small, but still making a few more turns. Is he going to go down the line here? Because I can see out the side of my booth that this wave has a little bit more of a face on. Okay, and a better re-entry off there, and just another check turn there on the whitewater. There's not much more you can do with that wave out there, apart from almost go head over heels there on his fins, coming a little bit closer. Okay, Arsenio, a better size wave out the back there. Now let's see what he has for us now. He's going to be backside, so he's probably going to switch himself up, but no, he's sticking to, yep, there we go, there's the switch, sticking to the whitewater. So now, okay, foam ride, and just loses power and just cannot stay on the wave. It does look like the wind has dropped, coming up on the halfway point of the heat so far. And a 4.40 for that last wave from Yanis, meaning he is solidly in the lead at the moment. And now let's see what our judges and race direction are gonna be doing, because if I'm not mistaken, I could see them up there near the flags. Maybe they'll be saying that the conditions are too marginal, we're going to go on AP again. I hope not. I hope the wind starts blowing. 7 meter, 6 foot barreling waves off of the west point here are going to be coming through, and we're going to be enjoying the action out there. But at the moment, we have to do what we have to do with what we got. And here you can see Yanis. That is the replay of that wave from before that gave him that 4.0 ride. Making gold out of the nugget, as we've been saying throughout the last past days here on the stream. And hopefully throughout the afternoon. And tomorrow is actually looking better. The forecast is changing. It seems like the forecast has a little bit of a delay. So hopefully Saturday and Sunday is looking promising. We have a lot of heats if we want to finish all the rounds in this comp. And yeah, we're going to have to push. But just on that halfway mark for this heat. And then you can see the guys checking out the live scores to see what they have to do. Francesco Capuzzo there helping out Yaris, and there we can see Michaeli there helping out Arsenio. Just getting the info, getting some input. That is one of the great parts of live scoring. You can check what you've been doing, how the judges are scoring it, where you're at. You know, crucial information for riders. Some riders like to have it, for some riders. Okay, Yaris looks like he's seen something. I'm seeing a bit of a ripple on the outside, switching to the old backhand stance, meaning that he has seen such a little bit of a wave, got a bit more speed. Okay, turn number 1 on the flats, sticking himself to the foam ball. Now looking out the corner and on the screen, it looks like the wave or little flutter much up again, connecting with turn number 2. Comes in, a little bit of a float over that section. Not as flowy and consistent as we've seen throughout the other ones. Complete turn on the flat, just a little check back. And is he going to be able to hit this one? Okay, that's definitely a better turn. And 2 little whacks on the white water on the way in. Once again, pretty much doing as much as they can with the conditions they have out there. Yadis is probably the guy who's keeping himself the most busy. And he has the better wave selection at the moment. Going to be interesting to see what the judges thought about that one. Trying to think back on the last wave he had. I reckon that's going to be, yeah, hand in hand on the scores there. Nice little replay here of that last wave there from Yaris. It was those last 2 turns which were the most decent out through the whole wave. And we can see the Italian keep him very busy and just waiting to see scores being dropped. Doesn't look like the score was any better, improved over his last one. Let me see. Yep, it was a 3.87 for that last one, so that's why he kept those top 2 scores at the moment, a 4.3 and a 4.40. And it looks like Arsenio is going to try a kite change at the moment. Ticker still running, 6 minutes on the clock, so it is still going. And for some reason, Arsenio is dropping his kite. Reckon there might be an equipment change here at the moment. In the lead so far, Yanni de Olmo. And second position, we have Arsenio Diaz here in heat number 4, round number 4 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Morocco. So yeah, it does look like Arsenio is trying to make a equipment change here. He is trying to look at something on his kite. You can see the guy surrounding him here. And that is Tony Chiliberto. He is our RT teammate. Wonder what they're going to get down. But Yaris is making his way up to the point. But it does look like Arsenio is trying to make some changes there with this kite. And hopefully he'll be back in the water very soon, as that is 5 minutes left, guys. 5 minutes left for this heat number 4 of the men. And it is this man here, Yaris Olmo, at the moment, who is in the lead. Okay, once again, getting busy. Yaris is a very good example of making the most of what he has out there. He's kept himself busy, smaller scores, but he has actually been able to get some numbers on the scorecard. And here we can see he's just goes from switch stance to normal stance just to try and get some more speed. And to be able to get a couple turns in on some of these mushy small little waves off of the right hand point here. This right hand point break down in Dakhla, and a decent turn there from Yanis, considering it's probably ankle high swells out there. But yeah, wind definitely has increased, because you can see he's decided not to walk up the old conveyor belt of the desert. He's actually going to be going upwind and ride all the way, so that does mean, you know, positively, it does mean the wind is getting stronger. Now we just need the waves to increase a bit, which the tide is on our side. We will see day number 3 here in Morocco. Mother Nature, give us some love and send us some swell, and we'll be able to end this competition and this World Championship as it deserved, with a big bang. And then you can see Yaris is definitely planing out there. So he is the only rider so far able to stay upwind. So hopefully that does mean that it is increasing, because it does look like he is getting a little bit more powered every time he does come back. Waiting out the back to see if he can land one more set wave. It does look like Arsenio is not going back in the water. I'll try and find out what happened there. But 2.5 minutes left on the clock of this round number 4, heat number 4 on the water. And now let's see what the boys are going to be producing the goods to be able to continue through day number 3 here in Morocco. And we have the young Italian eyeing up what does look like a ripple. I'm not going to call it a set. I'm going to call it a ripple coming out. And there we can see Arsenio just walking up and down the beach. So something must have happened. So unfortunately, I think that's going to mean he's not going to be going back in the water for this heat. So Yaris, as you can see, actually made it all the way up to the point break. If he's manages to coordinate that with a little ripple coming, he's going to have a very nice wave. And if I'm not mistaken, looking behind him and out my corner, it does look like something is on the horizon. I can see some energy coming our way. 1.5 minutes to make the most of it, but he is in the lead. And obviously, as Arsenio has decided to stay on the beach, means that he is going to be going through to the next round. So I'm going to say a big congratulations for Yadi. Intelligent and good riding there for him. Heat number 4, round number 4 of the men. 1 minute on the clock. It is the Italian Yadi Leonimo, duotone rider, who is going to be continuing on in this competition. Yadi's pushing hard because there is a bigger wave there in the back. Okay, yep. He is definitely, I reckon he's definitely going to turn around on this one as he is going to start. That is one of the biggest waves we've seen of the set. Okay, no, so he must have seen something behind it. Deciding to go for the one behind sometimes. I can't quite see from here. Is he going to have a nice wave? Does look like something is coming up, and there we have it. So, Yadi de Olmo for the final wave of the day, because this is going to count as it is the final seconds of the heat. Now let's see what he can make here, because he's already through, but just going to give us some action and a little bit of a show. So maybe the swell is starting to arrive, because this is one of the better sets we've seen today. And the young Italian knows he has it in the bag. Is he going to give us a show, or is he just going to cruise and peruse all the way back? No, looking over his shoulder, must mean one thing, he is going to be surfing this wave. And yeah, it really does flatten out on that mid part, and now it is pretty much from here where you can see that double up, where the wave kind of gets a little bit more vertical and jacked up and allows the guys to do at least some maneuvers, but that ain't the case at the moment. But Yadis Olmo making his way through to the next round of competition. And yeah, so that is going to be the final heat for Arsenio Diaz of this competition. A big congratulations to him, a very talented young man. Unfortunately, Dakhla not producing the goods. And, you know, any heat is hard at the moment on the World Championship. But it is that man on screen there, Yanis de Olmo, who has taken the win. And before we go into the next heats, let's have a short commercial break. we're back here. Welcome back, everybody. 1 minute to the next heat of round number 4 of the men. Camille Delanois is going to be going up against Antonio Ciliberto. Tony Ciliberto from Italy. RRD and North Kiteboarding riders. So they're going to be going out. 22-minute heat on the water. That has actually been a good set. Just rolled through. We saw Yaris get one of the last waves. And the... Okay, I can hear the buzzer meaning only one thing. The start of the heat is going to be on. And there we have it. The ticker starts going down, meaning that those two men are going to go in the water and start to battle it out to continue in this competition here in Morocco, as this is an elimination round. Big congratulations to Yanis in that last one, going through to round number 5. And now let's see how both of these guys do. They are a little heavier than Yaris, and the wind does look like it's picked up a little bit, but it still is marginal. Let's see if they can produce the goods, and hopefully we'll be able to get through yet another round of competition. Okay, so Camille Delanois on the first wave of the heat. Nice hit there from him. As you can see, waves increasing. Now, Camille, it does look like he's got a good section coming out. He's widening that foam ball all the way to the end now. He's probably going to be looping that kite to try and get some more power. Okay, so there's the loop. A little bit of a check turn to come back. And another semi-turn there. Tony Ciliberto behind him there on the back. Excuse me, on the backside. But yeah, the wave was a little bit flatter. Let's see how the opening scores for both of these riders are going to be. Okay, Tony making the most of the bottom section here. Oh, a nice little tail whip there from him on the flats. 3.70 there for Camille Delanois for that last wave. And still waiting for some numbers to be dropped there for Mr. Ciliberto. I reckon it's going to be around the 2.5s, 2.2s for that last wave from Tony. Whoa, coming all the way in, risking his fins. And here we can see that wave there from Mr. Ciliberto. So first check turn comes around, pumping as much as possible because it is very flat there. Almost completely going off of the back of the wave, just managing to keep it together. And yep, 2.33 for that last wave from Tony. So at the moment, we have Camille in the lead with that 3.7, and there you can see Camille just jumping off of his board there in front of Tony, trying to save the fins there on his board. And it was this section at the bottom that gave the Italian a couple of semi-decent hits, even though it was very small. And it was that turn and this one that probably gave him those two scores to get that 2.33. So a wave for each of these guys, and it's on the conveyor belt all the way up to the end of the point to yet get into the water one more time and have another hack out of these mushy right-hand waves that we have coming today. But there is some more energy out there. It does look like finally the swell is starting to hit, and hopefully we can have some more action here down in the desert. And Camille getting another little ride there. Now walking back up to the point. Both of these guys are a little heavier than Yaris. Yaris definitely having the upper hand when it came to that light wind condition. And there we can see him going all the way to the end. Those are both Tony Ciliberto and Camille Delanois. Heat number 5 around number 4 of the men. And that looks like Ayrton taking a little run up the beach. It's either Ayrton or James, I'm not quite sure. Just taking a little run up the beach, getting ready as their heats are going to be coming soon. Ayrton Cosolino is going to be coming in on this round number 4 as he was beaten there by Sebastian Ribeiro and the rest of the guys waiting to come forward. So 6.60 there for Camille Delanois, and walking in front of the booth I have here, Mr. Yaris. Bravo, Yaris. Bravo, bravo. Running in front of the booth here. Good riding there from him. And yep, there you can see Camille just waiting for conditions, waiting for the waves to come through. And got some exercise going on in there. Let me have a look. Yep, that is Ayrton, so getting ready for his heat. He says he's not going to be pushing hard for the World Championships, as he knows he has a very slim chance. A lot of things have to go his way for him to be able to get the title, but he is just going to be concentrating on winning this event and, you know, kind of sealing off the deal. One of the most talented strapless freestylers and wave riders there is on the planet. Champion on and off of the water, and headphones on and warming up before his heat. Watch out, boys and girls. I know someone who is hungry and is on a mission. So there we can see the scores, 2.90 and a 3.70 for Mr. Delanois, and Tony Chiliberto there with that 2.33 for that last wave. And now let's see what he makes of this one. Boom, a little hack off of there. Foam ride. Very flat section here, and looking out the corner of my booth I can see the wave a little bit longer. It really isn't. Selection is definitely going to be key if we continue doing competition in these kind of conditions, because if you get the bigger ones and produce the goods, you're going to get higher scores no matter what. And there you can see Tony just trying to make the most of that last one. And Camille dropping in on some white water there. He must have seen something that we don't. Right in the white water all the way to the bottom. He obviously wants to get on this wave. Not quite sure why, because it is very small, but hey, obviously see something that I don't. Nice hack off the top there, letting the tail loose. Hack number 2. And getting another hack number 3. He's obviously trying to improve over the 2.90. Let's see, interesting to see what the judges for, because that first term wasn't actually that bad. It was, you know, the wave was semi-vertical. Let's have a look at that one. Timed it right, kind of let the tail loose across the top. And the second one was very flat and kind of really did get back into the wave because he was being pulled by the kite. But still, let's see what the judges give for that. Let me just open the old application. And okay, ooh, it's going to be close. It is going to be close. I'm seeing a 2.9. I'm seeing a 3. Just waiting for a last judge to drop the score to see if he is going to improve over that 2.90. Top 2 waves count. 10 wave attempts for each rider. And now let's see what that is going to be. Just under 14 minutes left of this 22-minute heat here on day number 3 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla, Morocco. If you're just joining us, good afternoon and welcome to the desert. And yep, it is. He did improve by 0.07 on that last score, meaning that he has improved that a little bit. So he's 6.67 average there for Camille, and Tony Chiliberto were 4.63. Okay, there you can see both of the guys out on the point waiting for the next set. Okay, and while we wait for these two guys to go out on the water to catch the net set, I can see out of the corner of my eye, Gemma is down on the beach with Yanis, who just won his last heat. Gemma, how's that boy doing?
Okay, Joe, thanks a lot. So I'm down here with Yaris. Yaris, can you tell me a little bit how the conditions were? It seems to be improving out there.
Yeah, now the condition is improving a little bit. During my heat, doesn't work good, the wave, the wind, but I managed to the round 5. I'm super happy, and let's see.
What do you think of this spot here, Dakhla, Morocco? Have you been before?
Yeah, I've been here 5 years ago, and it's good. I remember a little bit more better, but it's good.
So hopefully the conditions will continue improving for your next heat. We wish you lots of good luck, and I hope to see you back here after the next round.
Thank you very much, and see you later, maybe.
Thank you, Yaris. Back to you, Joe. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Gemma. Thank you. Yeah, congratulations, Yaris. Bravo, maestro. Bravo. Grande, grande. There he is. He's happy. He's got the smile. And Yaris, I want to see some more action out there on the water. And I can see him running up the beach, getting ready for his next heat. But currently we have heat number 5, round number 4. Camille Delanois and Tony Chiliberto. Looks like there's a little bit of a lull in the wind because you can literally just see the guys chilling there, out there on the point. I reckon we should get a fridge with a couple of beers and some drinks right next to the point so they can just kind of sit down, have a cold one when the set comes, go back out and kind of hit it. Yeah, unfortunately at the moment conditions are very light and very marginal, as we've been saying. Thank you everybody for joining in on the stream. We know it's hard at the moment, but yeah, hopefully we will be able to get some more action very soon. Ah, I can see Mr. Mallory, one of our head judges, joining here on the stream. Que pasa, cariño? Yeah, you are missed out here, brother. So Mallory, one of our head judges, just joining us here on the stream, making sure his judges are in check and making sure they're getting the right numbers. We're looking forward to seeing you in Brazil, because after this event, we are going to Brazil for the Super Kite of the Twin Tip Freestyle, the final, down there in the location of Cumbuco, one of the best locations for freestyle worldwide. And here we can see also the final of the surf. Those are the two riders, Mr. Chiliberto and Camille Delanois, battling it out down here in the sand and trying to make the most of this little mush. Camille there just losing the board from underneath him. It is so hard for these guys out there, and I can hear 3 horns, meaning that is AP flag, which I think is the right decision. The conditions are very marginal out there at the moment, so that means we are on standby. That heat has been cancelled. We will be rerunning that heat from that minute number 10, if I'm not mistaken. I will try and get more information for you, but yeah, that means we're probably going to go into standby and wait for the conditions to come back. Hopefully we'll get some more wind. So yeah, everybody stay tuned, keep up. We will be going on all the social networks to make sure you won't know when we're going back online and back with heats on the water. So stay tuned. Thank you very much for the moment, and we're just going to wait here for a little bit. And while we're waiting, we're going to grab a couple commercial breaks, grab a cold one, and start enjoying the action one more time. We're back. So as we said before, we are AP flag in the sky. I mean, the competition is on hold currently. That was heat number 5 of round number 4 of the men. So that was Camille Delanois and Tolly Chiliberto. There you can see that cancellation flag in the air. So competition is on hold for the moment. We are going to go silent in just I'm going to grab a drink and see what is happening down at the beach. So bear with us. As soon as the action is back, we will be back here on the mic and have some more waves and some more wind for the 3rd day of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. Welcome back, everybody. So it looks like the wind has started one more time. Talk about fluky up, down, left, right, and center here for day 3 of the GK Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. Currently on the water, I can see Tony Chiliberto and Camille Delanois going in for the second half of their heat. Winds picked up. I can see some white caps there. He was saying it was going to increase throughout the afternoon. I can even see Tony planing, and there's a lot of water coming off his board, meaning only one thing. It is time to get in the water and action. So let's go straight to it because we are in heat, green flag in the sky. Okay, there we have Camille. So let's have a little recap of what has happened. In the lead, 6.67 there for Camille. North Rider from France, one of the best strapless freestyle riders we have, and his surfing has improved a lot throughout the last few years. So looking forward to see how he does down here. Does look like there's a little bit more wind, but he is up against multiple-time Italian wave champion Tony Chiliberto. And yeah, as you can see, waves are still quite small, but there are some rollers in between. We've had some sets coming through. They were saying that it was going to be increasing through to the end of the afternoon. It is currently 4 o'clock local time. Let's see what happens, and let's see what we can get in this second half of this round number 4 of the men's surfing here at the GK Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. So it looks like on the right-hand side, coming in with a green North Kite. A new carve there from North Kiteboarding with Camille Delanois flying towards the point. This is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see wind so the guys can actually start to produce some of the goods. And then behind him, I can see Tony Chiliberto coming in as well. So it looks like Camille might be starting off on this little. He's looking backwards because, I mean, it's about as small as it can get. Not liking what he sees. Going to stay up next to the point. Probably have a good idea there. And Tony, obviously a backside rider. Okay. So, yep, it does look like Tony Chiliberto turning backside. So it means he's going to start off with this wave for the first one of this second part of his heat. 2.3 and a 2.33 average for both of them. Okay, check turn, going back to the foam ball, pumping as much as possible. Looks like he's out on this 12 meters, so it's got to be light. There is a mid-section here where the wind does kind of back off. Nice a turn there, making the most he can of that white water. And it does look like this wave is starting to open up a bit. Linking up another turn. 2 good turns there from Tony. Okay, keeping himself busy. Looping the kite down there one more time, and can he stay on it? No, he's gone behind the wave. Judges are going to deduct a little bit for that, but still, hey, mixing it up, starting to get it going, and there we can see Camille trying to drop in on this wave, breaking a little bit, staying close to the foam ball to see if this wave will actually form. Knee high, turning ourselves into an ants, and this would be Mavericks to say the least, but at the moment, Dakhla just a little bit shy on the old wind and swell side, but here we have the guys and the girls making the most out of conditions. Nice little tail slide there from Camille, and an inside hack looking to improve over that 297 he has as his backup score. And Camille close to the point, knows that it is very close in between both of these guys. Anything can happen. Tony improving 3.5, and there we can see the replay of that last wave. Small turns, consistent, but, you know, getting some numbers on the board to increase this score, which that is the goal for any rider. Just coming up on the 5.5 minutes left of this heat. Heat number 5, round number 4 of the GK Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. Dakhla, if you're just joining us, good afternoon. And welcome to the action that we have here for you guys and girls today. Small waves on one of the longest point breaks that we have in the Atlantic, and it looks like there we can see Camille with that replay of that last wave. You can see what he has for us here. So far in the lead. Okay, so here we have Camille dropping in on yet another wave. Okay, going for it, a little check turn towards the white water, cut back, doing a little combo there. Better wave here from him, staying to the foam ball. You know, they can't make much of this. This is a section where he's been able to get a turn, letting a lot of water loose on that one. Tail slide there for Camille. is consistent. He's linking it up, doing the most he can with the conditions that are at hand. Let's see if he can end this wave with a nice little finisher. That's going to be a better wave there for the Frenchman. Okay, and we're back. There we can see Tony Chiliberto out the back on the point, trying to eye up a section. He is trailing at the moment. He needs a pretty decent score. What's he going to need? He's going to need at least a 7. Yep, he's going to need at least a 7 if he wants to make it through to the next round. Now let's have a look and see what he can produce. And here we have him going all the way out the back. I can see some energy. Camille Delanois currently with a 9.50, waiting out there on the point. I guess he's just going to chill and cruise to see if there's another set coming in, because he knows if another set doesn't come through, he is going to have this one in the bag. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes on the clock for heat number 5, round number 4 of the men. Okay, here we can see that replay of that wave from Camille. Stay close to the foam ball at the beginning, which is what you have to do just to be able to make the most. A little double combo there on what we have, the smallest part of the face, and then you can see this flat section through the middle. And there are a couple of sections where you can get at least a turn. You can see him releasing a lot of water there, little tail slide on the end, and then that's just a check turn back to the white water. Once again, Camille keeping himself busy, doing the most he can in the conditions at hand, and this is why he is a very good overall rider. Okay, just under 2 minutes left of this heat. In the lead, we have Camille Delanois with 9.50 and Tony Chiliberto with a 5.83. The Italian looking to get a bigger score to be able to go through to the next round. He needs a 6.0 to be able to take the lead. We've already seen some big 5.4s we saw from, if I'm not mistaken, we saw from Hendrix Lopez. Winds a little bit better, and the waves are few between, but it does look like they are pushing through a little bit. But it is going to be a hard one for Tony if he wants to get a 6.0. You can see Camille linking in and traveling in on another one. He's looking to improve over that 3.7 of that last wave. Nicer section there for him. And let's see what he can do here with this last one. Again, reading the wave pretty well. Even though he is going on the foam ball, he is actually being able to get sections that are longer and longer. And here we have it. Opens up on the back. Good consistency here from Camille. Scores are low, but at least he is getting numbers on the board and is able to get those scorecards with some things up on it. So yeah, good riding there from the Frenchman. 9.5. I definitely reckon that is going to improve over his 3.7. So he's going to increase his lead even more in the closing seconds of the heat. 20 seconds left on the clock. And will Tony Chiliberto be able to have a chance to battle it out, as he is going to be close to the final seconds of his heat? And here we can see the repeat of that last wave from Camille. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, I can hear the buzzer in the background, meaning that is red flag for that heat, meaning that it is definitely going to be Camille Delanois going through to the next round. Congratulations to him, and great riding there from Tony Chiliberto, but unfortunately Camille having the upper hand. I'm going to say wave selection here was key, and it definitely is when it comes to these kind of conditions. Camille Delanois picking the less smaller waves and actually able to get some maneuvers like we are seeing here on the stream in the replay of that last wave of his. Just waiting to see what the score was on that one. As yeah, 5.33, so 5.50 and a 5.33, averaging out at 11.13. So good heat there from Camille Delanois. Red flag in the sky. Okay, so as we're waiting to see the next two riders going out on the water for the heat number 6 of round number 4 of the men, we're going to take a short commercial break. Okay, so welcome back, and we are going to have Ayrton Cosolino and Kiko Roy coming up next. I can see Mr. Delanois making his way here to the booth. Allez la bleu! Allez la bleu! Okay, so out on the water, Ayrton Cosolino and Kiko Roy. Quiquet El Anguila riding Ferreras out of Spain, and Ayrton Cosolino, multiple world champion from Cape Verde. Okay, here we can see Ayrton making his way down the wave. Starting off, and now let's see. Oh, he's got some power. So here we have Mr. Cosolino with the opener. Shabang! Now, this is what we're talking about. Here we can see the boys coming out. Another big hack there from Ayrton. And it looks like Morocco Dakhla is starting to have some action as the boys are really starting to throw down here. Multiple world champion in the water. 2 solid hacks. Now he's going to be coming down. Good wave selection. See what Ayrton has for the next turn. Goes up, releases the amount of water he's letting go. A little bit on the flat section now. That's a little bit better. Coming down on the sweet spot of the wave. And Ayrton just really keeping it busy. Unfortunately, that's just going down there on that last section. But a good way to start off. Good opener here for Mr. Cosolino. And it looks like we are in action out here on the water. And it is game on. Okay, I can see Ayrton I can see Ayrton signaling there to the beach. It looks like he's going to have an equipment change. And here we have Kite just ending up on that final wave. So let's see him just get to the end of this wave. As if I'm not mistaken, I can see Gemma one more time. So last turn here for Kite on the white water. So yep, Kiko Roy from Spain, first wave of his heat. Let's see how he does throughout the rest of the minutes of this heat. And now let's go down to the beach as I can see Gemma has an interview.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, here we are with Camille. Congratulations, Camille. You're advancing through to the next round. We've seen an improvement in the conditions. How was it?
Yeah, for sure. So the first part of my heat was pretty tough. The wind was light and the wave was small. And they had to cancel it. And then we started again. And yeah, the last part was actually pretty good. We got some nice winds. The wind picked up. And the wave was also getting better. Yeah. So yeah, that's great.
Good. Finally, some decent conditions. It's been a lot of starting and stopping. Are you familiar with this spot in Dakhla? Have you been here before?
Oh yeah, that's like my, I don't know, like 9th or 10th time to Dakhla. Like I've been here so many times. And I really like the spot. Like when the conditions are good, you have like a really nice point break and the wind is also like side offshore. So it's a really nice spot. And now we got the good conditions, so it's great.
Let's hope we can keep pumping through it this afternoon and see you back up there for your next heat.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks a lot, Camille. Good luck. And now we go back to Joe. Thank you.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Gemma. Yeah, congratulations, Camille. Great riding there from him. And talking about great riding, Ayrton Cosolino just came in with a bomb. 8.83 for that first wave. Camille, congratulations. Awesome, man. And yeah, looking forward to seeing some more action out there on the water. And we can see 8.83 for that last wave there from Ayrton Cosolino and Kiko Royce with a 2.53. The boy's got his work cut out from him. The youngster from Spain has a little injury on his wrist as well. Broke a couple of bones and still getting back into sync. Very talented strapless freestyler and starting to get the hang of it here in the waves. I'm very impressed on how much he's improved. You can see he's been training. And on your screen at the moment, there we have Ayrton Cosolino. And there's that replay of that last wave from Ayrton. You can just see mixing it up, making it go, making it happen, linking it up the turns. What are we looking for? We're looking for surfing, power, flow, movement, hitting the wave in the sweet spot. And Ayrton Cosolino really showing the judges what they want to see. That's why he was getting the higher scores in that last wave. And here we have Ayrton on his way out. Let's see. Can see another set coming through. So there we have Ayrton and Kiko. Kiko and Ayrton. 16 minutes, 40 seconds left of this heat. It does look like we are starting to see some energy coming through here. Great to have some waves finally arriving, and there's some wind. The guys aren't having to run up. And there we can see the split screen in the right, Kiko, and in the left, Ayrton Cosolino. Ayrton, one of the main contenders on the World Tour. He is a multiple times world champion. And at the moment, for him to have any possibilities of winning the World Championship, he has to win the event. A lot has to go down, like James has to not make it to the quarterfinals, and Pedro has to not make it to further along as well. A lot of things have to go down for him to be able to be world champion, but he has to win this event. And I know Ayrton, I was having a conversation with him before, he's hungry. He has the look in his eye. I was saying it before on the stream. He was running up and down the beach. He had his headphone on. And when this guy is in the zone, he is one of the toughest competitors to go up against. He's been, so far in the lead for a very long time and pushing the big air, pushing the waves. Some of the guys call him the alien. And when he is in competition mode and he's in that sync, he is a force to be reckoned with. So watch out, everybody, because it does look like he is starting to link the things together, starting off with an 8.83. Going to be interesting to see what happens. And so far at the moment, Ayrton Cosolino in the lead. And now let's see what happens in the rest of this heat. So Ayrton getting a second score of a 7.57 on that second wave. Really impressive to see how much he is pushing that tail out. He is definitely the guy that has had the best scores of the day, but it does look like the conditions are improving as well. And now front and center on your screen, that is Kiko. Let's see what Kiket has. Oh, just burying the front rail there and not being able to get, unfortunately, that bottom turn. Like I said, one of the most talented strapless freestylers we have on tour. But on the surfing, he is improving and improving. It's interesting to see how a lot of the youngsters, they come from the freestyle, but on the waves, a lot of them haven't even ridden in waves. Kiko has been, been on tour for 2 or 3 years now. He's been training a lot more on the waves. Still has a bit to go, but definitely putting in the hours and looking for, I know he's going to be spending some time down with the Air Rush crew in Cape Town in this season. Going to be looking forward to seeing him down there and getting some sessions. And yeah, I reckon, if he puts the time in on the waves, he's going to be a very complete rider out there. But he is probably up against one of the hardest riders on tour to win against, in Ayrton Cosolino, already with a 16.40, which is pretty much double the scores we've seen on anybody until today. Wind has come in. Waves do look like they're increasing. So hopefully we'll be able to have some more action out there on the water. Let's not forget, we are looking for our world champions, because this is the final leg of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco, where we will crown our world champions. It looks like the best possibilities will be had by Perry Roberts and James Carew, both the Aussies, Aussie power, if I must say. And yeah, hopefully they'll be able to get through. James needs to make it to the quarters, Perry needs to make it to the semis to crown themselves champions. Not sure if we're going to be able to go all the way through to the semis of the girls today. Looking that we are starting with round number 4 of the men, and if I'm not mistaken, we will continue on with round number 5 of the men unless there's any changes. Currently on the water, heat number 6, round number 4, Ayrton Cosolino, Kiko Roy, and front and center on your screen, the Cape Verdean Ayrton Cosolino. And here we have Ayrton eyeing up another wave. So wave number 3 dropping in. It does look like it's jacking up. So there we have that top section. Poor, big hack off there. That's that top section of the wave. So here the guys ride the foam ball and then continue down to the second section, which is a little more flat. Now the waves are starting to link together. Ayrton really having to ride this one all the way down. It is opening up at the end, but I reckon he's going to turn off against it. Yep, there you can see. So the way this wave works here in Dakhla, when it is pumping and we can start to see some sets coming through, top side of the point, it opens up, so there they can get a couple of turns. Then it flattens out and kind of goes a little mushy all the way down to the midsection, and then it kind of rejoins, doubles up, and gets another couple vertical sections down here at the end of the competition area. The better riders are able to link all 3 of those parts together, and we saw that in the first wave from Ayrton with that 8.83. You already got a 7 also on the cards. Now looking forward to see more action out there. Currently we have Kiko with a 3.326 and Ayrton with a 16.46. So a solid lead there from Mr. Cosolino, just coming up on that halfway mark. Here, heat number 6, round number 4 of the men. Okay, Kiko decided to do a little bit of a freestyle out there as well. Just having some fun, because as it is 100% waves, he is not going to be scored on that maneuver. Just deciding to mix it up. Obviously, everybody knows how to loosen themselves up, and there you can see Kiko just enjoying the conditions out here in Dakhla. Wind has picked up. We are very happy about that one. You can see that just air to revert by Get El Anguila. Originally from Valencia, lives in my hometown down in Tarifa. Pretty much seen his kid grown up, and he is turning himself into force to be reckoned with when it comes to strapless freestyle. Really improving in the waves as well. Enjoying the conditions out here in Dakhla. But he has his work cut out for him because he is up against none less and none least the model world champion, Ayrton Cosolino. And on top of that, Ayrton is on a mission. So he is concentrated, he is hungry, and you can just see it in his eyes when he's coming in on these waves. Eyeing up another section here. Is he going to be dropping down on this waves? We will soon find out. He's looking at it. Yeah, okay, he has decided. So, wave number 4. Okay, unhooking. Oh! 360 pass there. Pop to wrap by Cosolino, unhooking. Oh, nice. He just makes this look so easy. Pop 180, landing fins first. Adding a handle pass into that one. And that is the sign that Ayrton is dangerous. He is smiling. He is having fun. Philip, I know if you were watching me, what does that mean? What does that mean? He is in the zone, and Ayrton is here to make some noise. You can just see him. He's smiling. He's enjoying himself. He's having fun, and that is when this guy really loosens up, and he makes the magic start to happen. So Kiko, once again, going down there. He's just not got the power, unfortunately, in the kite, and not being able to link it up so much. Okay, let's see what he can do for us here. Round 4 at the moment, and we're hoping to see if he can get a few more waves in the cards just to, get the experience out there on the wave riding. So here we have Kiket engaging on the bottom turn. Okay, that was better. Did have to get the kite in the right position, was able to pull back onto the wave. Let's not forget offshore conditions. You need to make sure that kite is flying forward or looping so it pulls you back onto the wave. If not, you do kind of go off the back of the shoulder. Easier said than done. The best of the best out there on the water. And Ayrton at the moment proving a point. Oh, it looks like Kiko unfortunately got caught up on the sand there. He's going to run back up and see if he can get some more action out there. Ayrton for that last one, adding with those kind of handle pass maneuvers of 5.33. But not going to be improving over the 8.83 and 7.57. Looking forward to see Ayrton do that on one of the bigger set waves. If he can land that move on one of the bigger set waves, I've seen him trying those 360 handle passes or flat free, frontside frees off of the lip. I've seen him try. I've seen him do it backside and I've seen him do it frontside. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can mix it up, see if he can manage to pull one of those out on a turn on one of the bigger waves. Yeah, it could be a 10-point ride coming our way. So yeah, let's see. Look at him. He's running towards the point. 6.5 minutes to go, and this is the move. You can just see this is a little pop to wraps it around, and then you can just link it up. He makes it look so easy. Look at this. Boom. Air, pure surfing style, landing backwards and pretty much making gold out of nothing. But this is why this guy has been world champion a few times, and he is looking to be hungry to win this event. There you have Ayrton tacking out the back. Just under 6 minutes left of this heat. Heat number 6, round number 4 of the men. Currently on your screen, Ayrton Cosolino, duotone rider from Cape Verde. You can see him just flying towards the point. Wind has definitely picked up. Okay, and it looks like he's got a nice little runner here. So here's that first section where you can see the wave does jack up. He's holding it, and now this is where he normally loops the kite to get some power. Comes in with that first turn. And now, oh, good section here for him. A little bit straighter, didn't quite get on the lip there as he wanted to. Foam ride there, looping the kite one more time. This wave does look like it's opening up nicely. Able to get past the lip, really trying to keep close to the foam pool so he keeps the power. Ooh, how he stayed on his feet there is beyond me. Just losing that back foot. Oh, big hack there. Perfectly timed there from Ayrton. And finishing it off, it's still, I can see out the corner of my screen, this wave is still rolling all down the point. This is where it comes to that bottom section and they're able to get a couple of turns in one more time. Here he goes, going for the pop to wrap. So nice move there from Ayrton. Able to doing kind of that little pop 180. So very nice riding. That's going to be a good score because he got some solid. He got some solid. Got some solid numbers on that one. Got some good hits. Mixed it up. Went back to the foam ball and add in that handle pass difficulty in. So yeah, good move there from Ayrton. And of course that backside 180 fins first with a handle pass in it at the end, or a surface pass, whatever you want to, however you want to name it. So good innovation, good moves here from Mr. Cosolino. And now let's have a look at the scores. Oh, I said it before, and it is very close. 9.30 there for Ayrton. That's about as good as it gets. Selection, speed, innovation, mixing it up, showing all the different things that you want to see in a competition. And there you can see Ayrton scoring the highest score of the day and the highest score of the event. Great way to start off his day here in round number 4 of the comp. And Ayrton is hungry and he is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. And look at him, 3 minutes to go and he is still running up the point. He's on a roll. And this means we are going to have a lot of action coming our way as the wind has finally arrived in Dakhla. And it looks like we have a few sets coming in as well. Stay tuned as we are going to be rolling through with the next round of the men's. And let's not forget, if James Carew wins his next round, he is going to be world champion of 2021. Okay, there you can see Kite on a better wave. That was the replay of the last one. Oh, just unfortunately got caught underneath the lip there. Wasn't able to time it quite right. Not being able to get the hack that he wanted. But yeah, once again, still has a lot to learn on the surfing side, Kite, but he has improved a lot. Got a lot of love for this kid. He's grown up with us in Tarifa. Ah, man, those dogs are having some fun out there. Who isn't having fun here in Dakhla because the wind is finally here and we are able to get this competition on a roll. Just under 2 minutes left. Ayrton Cosolino getting the highest score of the day and of the competition with a 9.30 with that very nice wave with that handle pass combination, mixing it up. One of the most complete riders we have out there on tour, but this is why he is a multiple world champion. Riding for Red Bull and Duotone under the flag of Cape Verde. So many good riders that come out of Cape Verde. And now we can see if they were going to have a final wave here for Mr. Cosolino. Looks like it's a little bit lighter. Oh, I'm seeing some energy out the back. I am seeing a good set coming through. And I'm probably going to say that is why Ayrton has gone out. 1 minute 15. Okay. Foam check. Here we have. Dropping in Ayrton for the final wave of this heat. First check turn. Now he's going to be going back to that white ball. You can see George just getting the leash from underneath his feet. Now he's going to be going back to the white water to be able to get some more speed. This is where he comes to that section. One more time, adding the surf. There's the loop of the kite means. Get another turn. Oh, flattened out and went over that rail, unfortunately, there for Ayrton. 40 seconds. Not seeing any more energy out the back. I can see Kiko trying to see if he's going to be going out for yet another wave, but I think he probably isn't, so only 30 seconds left. So what a performance there from Ayrton. He is definitely going to be the winner as Kiko is in that combination situation. So Ayrton Cosolino setting the bar high and saying good afternoon to everybody here on the beach and on the stream. He is here to win the event. He is hungry and he is focused. Watch out, because Airline Cosolino is in the house. And now looking forward to seeing the heats to come. There we can see, I can hear the horn, red flag, meaning that is the end of that heat. And it looks like conditions are improving. And we are going to start to see some of the waves that we came all the way down here to Morocco to get in the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla, the final stage of the World Championship.
اخبارك عند السياش بونك تقدر تحل حسابك اونلاين فين ما كنتي غير سيدي وحالكم.
عندك تليفون سيدي وحالكم ولا خارج كدور سيدي وحالكم في البيت كتريني سيدي وحالكم ولا جالس كتسيني سيدي وحالكم مرتاح عند الطبيب سيدي وحالكم مع صحابك نهار العيد سيدي وحالكم. انا هالدوره كامله دابا نيت تيليشارجي لابليكاسيون سي موبيل سكاني لا كارت صور راسك سيني وانت حليتي الكونت فابور ومدى الحياه هاني وكمل سيدي وحالكم عند سياش بونك سيدي وحالكم سيدي وحالكم سياش بونك.
And we're back. What a good heat there we had from Ayrton. Highest scoring heat of the day and of the competition, and the highest wave score of the competition also. Ayrton on a mission. Coming up next, we have the heat number 7, of round number 4 of the men. We have Maji versus Lafdali, two locals. Lafdali put on a very good performance in the first rounds of this competition. A lot of style, so it's his time to shine. He was on the F1 kite, and then Maji will be on the duotone red kite. Both local Moroccan riders. I really like the surfing style that both of them have. But I mean, with places like these and waves like this we have here in Dakhla, they are very used to these conditions. Had a talk with Lafdali before. He has been surfing a lot down in this area, and also surfs a lot down in La Saga, which is also a very nice location. So looking forward to seeing him one more time out on the water. As I said, with a solid performance in the beginning rounds of this competition. But it is elimination time. There can only be one. And now let's see who will be making it through to the next round. Okay, green flag, green flag. So, Maji and Lafdali. Maji is out there with the duotone, and they're on the screen right now. That is Lafdali. So those are the two riders that'll be going in this heat number 7 of round number 4 of the men. Let's see what action we have out there. It doesn't look like there's a set coming yet. Probably about in between 7 to 8 minutes in between sets so far. So quite close in between the sets at the moment. So looking forward to probably maybe 2 or 3 sets throughout each heat. We saw Ayrton killing it in that last one, and now going to be interesting to see the locals. It does look like they have a good amount of wind. The wind has increased all the way up on the all the way up on the point. So looking forward to seeing some action here at day 3 in Dakhla. You can see both of the riders just hanging out on the point, waiting for that set to come through. And let's see if they are able to start off this heat. 22-minute heat, 3-minute transitions. Currently in heat number 7, round number 4. Maji and Lafdali out on the waves, out on the water and looking for the waves. So in the duotone, that is Maji, and with the F1 kite, that is Lafdali. And they are just kind of tacking up and sitting themselves out on the point, waiting for that first set to come, to drop the pounder, to drop the hammer, and start hacking this right-hander off a West Point for the initiation of their heat. Okay, so it looks like Lafgadi is trying to decide to take off on a little bit of a wave here. And Maji deciding to wait for the set to come through. Looks a little bit lighter at the moment than we saw with Ayrton, but yeah, you know, obviously, you know, Ayrton, a very experimented rider, is able to produce gold out of nothing. And you can see he was waiting for the sets, waiting for the waves and the energy to come forward. And now you can see Maji and Lafgadi out there just being patient and making sure they pick off the sets, because if you do get the bigger wave, you are going to get the better scores. Now, okay, so here we can see Maji definitely starting off here with the first wave of the heat number 7 of round number 4. Let's see what the local Moroccan rider has for us. Okay, gaining some speed. Bottom turn coming in. Little bit of a check off the top there. Can he link it up with another one? Yes, he can. Better hack there. Decent section of the wave right in the pocket of these small rollers. Again, off the top. Yeah, like it. Mixing it up. Now he's coming down on that flat section. Now the wave's going to start to come up again. So getting turns, not super powerful. Oh, just getting a little bit too much under the lip and going down there. So that was the first wave from Maji. And on your screen right now, this is Lafgadi. Okay, so here we can see the final turns of this wave from Lafgadi. So let's wait until the end of this one, and there is the big closer for the local Moroccan rider. And I can see out of the corner of my eye, Gemma is down on the beach, and she has the winner of the last heat and the highest scoring wave of the competition, Ayrton Cosolino.
Thank you, Joe. Absolutely. Highest scoring wave of the competition, highest scoring heat of the competition so far. Really an amazing performance, really tricky conditions. But Ayrton, you look like you're hungry for the win.
Yeah, Jam, I'm so hungry, you know that. Yesterday the things didn't go my way, but now I'm focusing, you know, I've been like thinking so much what I'm going to do. And for me, it's already late to win a world champion, but I'm not going to look for that.
It's not late yet.
No, I mean, James is on fire, but I'm gonna focus to win this event, you know, because I'm not gonna looking for a win a world champion because it's gonna be hard. James with one hit, he has that. But for me, I just want to win this event. I'm going to do all my best. And I have something in the pocket, you know.
Oh, yeah, something in the pocket.
I changed my kite setup, you know. Today was a 12 water, but I get my 11 because I think it's lighter, so I can attack the wave much better, and I'm ready for it, you know.
You must have good memories from Dakhla. The last time we were here 2 years ago, you won this event. You became world champion that year. Does it bring back nice memories to be here?
Yeah, it brings a lot of memories. Sorry, the wind has changed, you know. My kite is doing turbulence. Yeah, last year I won it, but you know, this year I think I'm more focusing, you know, because I'm so hungry to get it, you know. Like, I don't know, man, I'm gonna do all my best, and thank you for all my sponsors, all my fans, and everything for supporting me still, you know. And yeah, as I say, I'm gonna do all my best to win this event, and thank you everyone back home for watching.
Absolutely, Ayrton, thank you so much. We'll let you go because I think your kite wants to leave. But thank you so much and good luck, and we're really looking forward to the challenge here.
Thank you so much, guys. Let's go.
Thanks, Joe. Back to you.
Thanks, Gemma. Congratulations, Ayrton. That is what we want to see. As I mentioned before, he has the fire, he has the look. Vamos! Vamos is all I'm going to say. And now let's go back to the action on the water. Here we can see Maji in the lead with a 4.30 and Lafgadi with a 4.10. Both of these boys trying to mix it up a little bit more to see if they can get those scores, and 15 minutes left on the clock. Let's have a look at the scores at the moment. So, one wave for each of these guys. Now Maji's just have that second wave. Very impressive riding from Ayrton there. Kind of waking everybody up with each one of those turns. And now it is the two local boys are going to be pushing it out. So let's have a look at this last wave from Maji. So first check turn. Little turn off at the top there for him on that second one. He does read the wave really nicely. That was a much better turn. Very nice there from Maji. Just a little bit of a fumble on his way down. Couldn't quite keep the speed. And loses a bit of the momentum there. But yeah, nice riding here from the local boy. And he is 3.63 for that last wave, meaning he is currently in the lead of this heat. Okay, looks like the wind has died off a little bit compared to the last heat as well. 12.5 minutes to go. Maji tacking all the way, pretty much all the way across the ocean to be able to get that back to the point, and Lafgali has decided to run up the beach. I can see out of my corner of my eye here. Very close in between these two boys. 7.93 and a 7.27. Anybody's game at the moment. More pretty much just coming on that meridian halftime moment of the heat. Heat number 7, round number 4 of the men. It is currently coming up on 5 o'clock local time here down in Dakhla. Normally around 6:30 the wind starts to die again. So I reckon we've got at least another hour, hour and a half of conditions. So hoping to finish off this round number 4. And then let's see how far forward we can go on round number 5. We might be putting the ladies in, or the guys might be continuing, still waiting to get that information for you from our racing team. But at the moment we have both of these guys out on the water. Already a couple good sets come through. The scores are starting to increase. And as we saw in that last heat, Ayrton putting on some magic, making gold out of the nuggets. And now let's see how the rest of this day continues. Day number 3, GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Morocco. Going to take this opportunity to thank all of our sponsors, all of the town halls, Lila, Driss, everybody that made this event possible. Still isn't easy getting events with the situation there are and all the restrictions, and everybody really putting in 150%. All the organisers, all the riders, you know, all the travelling, having to go from one place, tickets being cancelled, moving over to another, going through all different airports just to be able to get here and compete. You know, it is very good to get the family underneath one beautiful roof again. And here we have Lafdari just going for a nice little entry there, little foam ride. I can see out of the corner of my booth, which will be appearing on the screen now. That is good timing. Oh, unfortunately, just losing that back foot. It didn't quite jack up as much as he thought, so he pushed too hard and went across it and just going off against the shoulder. That was a shame, because that was turning in to be a nice wave, but still loads of time left. And I can see also Maji on the back, and here's that nice replay of that last wave from Lafdari. Yeah, wind has definitely dropped, but nice wave here, starting to open up here for Maji. First little check turn just to get up past that first section. Now we can see here he has the game just a little bit late one more time, kind of trailing behind, losing balance a bit there. Can he make it on the third time? does a little bit too open out on the shoulder. Wants to be trying to hit it a little bit more in the critical zone. That's much better. You can see just kind of going off the lip, and now he has it in sync. And losing balance and going down there at the bottom section. He was a little wibbly wobbly throughout the whole part of that wave, but judges are going to deduct points. You can see he was being a little bit forced, but he is in the lead, and he will be looking to improve over a 3.63. Gonna be close. 4.27. Yep. You can see one of the judges said yes, the two of the other judges said no. So there we can see Maggi, 8.57, keeping himself more active. Even though he is a little bit more wobbly, he is going for it. So obviously judges reward him. He is, you know, kind of pushing and hitting the wave and trying to get the power throughout it. Lafghali is playing a little bit more safe, even though he only needs a 4.47 to be able to take the lead. So anybody's game here at the moment. Anybody's game here in heat number 7 and round number 4 of the men. Great to finally see some conditions here in Dakhla, and the guys are able to be going upwind and able to be able to start to get some turns on some of these better waves. We did mention as the tide would play in our favor, we knew we would be seeing some conditions here. It's been a long day, and looking that we will still have a couple of hours of action. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in on the stream here with us in Dakhla, Morocco. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. Conditions looking even better for tomorrow, so I think we'll be seeing some more action. And let's not forget, this is the final stage of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, and we'll be crowning our world champions at this event. Okay, looked like Lafghali was trying to decide to see if he was going to go on that one. Wasn't a bad wave. You can see it starting to form, even though it is, I mean, it's about as flat as it can get. You can see it's completely on its back. But sometimes those little inside rollers do start to open up. You have to really read far and few between them. Local guys, they know which ones to take off on, and here we can see him dropping in for wave number 3. Waiting to see if he can hit that section. But it is, he has really grabbed that right on the flat. Okay. First turn, he does manage to hit the wave in the right section or the right point. He just doesn't have the power. He isn't releasing it there, which is easier said than done because wind is very light. And now he's going to be powering down. This looks like a better one. Okay, that's what we were talking about. It's as if he listened to me. You can just see really throwing that tail and hitting it with a little bit of oomph, a little bit of aggressiveness. That's what he needs, but he does only need a 4-point-something to take the lead. So 6.5 minutes to go. Early days, early days. And Lafghali looks like he's going to be walking back up the beach as the conditions are quite light out there. Yep. And I can see also at the corner of my booth that Maggi is on his way back into the water for yet another wave attempt. Just under 6 minutes left, and there you can see Lafghali walking all the way up to the spit here in front of the West Point Hotel. This beautiful location, one of the longest right-hand waves we have in the Atlantic. And when these 3 sections kind of join up, it is pretty much 500 meters of fun. You can see as the wave starts to get bigger, riders are managing to connect that top section, that middle flat, and the bottom little steep section that we have down here near the stream booth. Ayrton we just saw with a couple of 9.3 point waves, the highest in the competition and the highest heat. Starting off the day with a bang, even though it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And now let's see what these guys on the water have. 5 minutes left of this heat in between Maggi and Lafghali so far. Maji in the lead, but anybody's game, because all they need is a 4.4 to be able to go through to the next round and take that win from Maji. Let's see if Lafgadi has it in him. You can see him waiting. It's probably enough time for one more set. I reckon the last set was about 4 to 5 minutes ago. Intervals are in between 8 to 9 minutes, 22-minute heats. So we're seeing 2 to 3 sets per heat. Definitely with the push of the tide, we've been able to see some of the biggest waves of the day. And swell is looking good for tomorrow as well. So there we can see Maji just tacking up. Staying calm and collected. Now it is time to have patience, because you do not want to, he is in the lead, he does not want to give priority there to Lafgadi. And if that set comes through, he can take the win from him in the final seconds. So I reckon the intelligent thing would be to chill up there, make sure that he takes the better wave of the set due to the fact that he has priority, and let's see what happens. Okay, Maji taking the first wave of this set, pumping that kite to try and get some speed. This is a nicer wave, so the first section is pretty nice. Just a little check turn there, back to the foam ball. Is he able to actually get some power out of this to be able to start and hit the first turn? Does seem like it is completely closing out in front of him. He's going to ride this all the way to the second section until he gets that first turn. Okay, a little bit of a foam ride there, going back to the white water. Turn number 2, doing the most he can, because that was very flat. That looks like a little bit better over section there. Okay, making the most of this one. Oh, very nice here from the local Moroccan. And now this is the steepest section. This is where you can really release. Okay, you can see just letting that tail loose, throwing, splashing, and throwing some water away across the beautiful Atlantic Ocean. And in behind we can see also Lafgadi. We'll get a replay of that one just in a few secs. Maji in the moment, in the lead with an 8.27, and Lafgadi there with a 7.27. I think Lafgadi, just seeing, I can see him at the back of my booth, did have a better wave, just coming up on that 2 minutes left of this heat. Number 7 of round number 4 of the men. Let's see the scores for those last 2 waves. Looks like Lafgadi is going to be around the 3, so it ain't going to be enough to be able to take the lead. And a 4.93 there for Maji. So pretty much putting the last nail in the coffin here for this man, Maji, against Lafgadi, because I think that was the set. So there is not going to be another set wave in time for the 1.5 minutes left of this heat. So I reckon this man on your screen with that last wave has just sealed the deal here to make it through to round 5. A solid performance there from him, making the most of the conditions at hand and putting on a very good performance, the local Moroccan rider. There you can see Maji run up one more time. 1 minute to go. And Lafgadi is all the way down. So Maji has definitely got this in the bag, because I can see Lafgadi is not going to make it up in the point in time to be able to get another wave. So it is going to be Maji making his way through to the next round. Congratulations to him. And now we are just waiting to see what conditions are doing, because it is starting to look a little bit lighter out there, which is what happens this time of the day. And hopefully we'll be able to finish this round of competition, round number 4, to be able to start tomorrow with round number 5 or the next round of the girls. 15 seconds on the clock. Maji one more time, just sealing the deal, even though he does have this one in the bag. Final seconds of the heat, we can just enjoy this last wave from our local Moroccan rider, who this is what we call a victory lap. And that is the buzzer and the end of that wave for Maggi. And there's the teeth. That is the smile. He's pretty happy, and he must be, because he's making his way through to round number 5 of the competition. Congratulations, my friend. Very good ride in there from him. And now it means we are going to be moving through to the next heat of round number 4 of the men. But before we do that, we are going to take a short commercial break and come back to you with more action. And welcome back, everybody. Day number 3 here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. We are currently in round number 4 of the men. And coming up next, we have Bentaja from Morocco versus Charlie Martin from the Reunion Island. Wind conditions looks like it is getting a little later as we're coming to the final hours of the afternoon. Looking to be able to finish this round number 4 of the men. And at the moment have one of my favorite riders out on the water, Charlie Martin. This kid is about as shy as it gets. Comes from the Reunion, but you give him a surfboard and you give him some wind, and it is nothing but AC/DC TNT all the way. He has such a nice style, so much power, and he is anything but shy when he is in that ocean. And he is up against Bentaja, who is one of the veterans here in Morocco. So it's going to be a good matchup, and there we can see Bentaja already powering forward to see if he can start off the heat, because it does look like literally just as these boys start, the first set is rolling in. There you can see, as I mentioned before, it does look like the wind is starting to drop a bit, and you can Bentaja having a problem staying on that wave. Looking at the corner of my booth, I can see there is a little bit of a glassy section starting to come in, which normally means that as the sun starts going down, the wind is going to die. I really hope we're able to get through this next round, but we have done very well today with the conditions that have been at hand. As we mentioned, we know they haven't been brilliant, we know they haven't been awesome, but they have been enough to be able to push through these rounds. Everybody agreeing that this is what has had to happen in this competition. And now we have, at the moment, 2 of the guys on the water, Bentaja with the duotone kite, and front and center on your screen, Charlie Martin with the Cabrina. Okay, Bentaja dropping in on the first wave of the heat. Let's see what he has for us here. Engaging in a turn. You can see how light it is, because he literally just gets completely dropped by the power of the kite when he tries to engage that top turn. It definitely does look like the wind is starting to drop here. Oh, Charlie out the back. Oh, Bentajar as well. Answering just going nosediving there, unfortunately. And here we have on the left-hand side of our screen, Charlie. Boom! Tail release there on that one. Now he's going to be looping that kite around. Yet another turn, just a little bit under the lip. He's going to be pretty much going very close to Bentajar there, but ain't close unless you boys hit each other. And here we have Charlie with a couple of very nice little smacks on the wave here, making the most of these conditions. Bentajar with a 0.57, and Charlie coming all the way down. I'm not sure why he's coming all the way down here. Just trying to add up on his score here. A little tight tail slide, but completely in the flats of the wave. And I reckon he's going to make his way out. Okay, and a little air there right in front of the judges to finish it off. Trying to rack up the scores. Not sure if that's the right move, because now he's really going to have to run all the way up. But we are not in the water. 3.47 there for Bentajar, and now just waiting for the numbers to be dropped for Charlie. Okay, so seeing some scores coming in. Charlie Martin was waiting for the judges to hit the confirmation button. But yeah, that was a very good wave there from the Reunion rider. And now he's going to be running his way all the way up the beach to see if he can make it up to the point to get yet another score. Just waiting for some numbers to be logged into the scoring card, and it is a 3.40 for Charlie. 3.40. So currently he is in second position by 0.07 of a point. But early days in the heat, because we still have just over 16 meters. 16 meters. That's what we probably need with the wind, how it's coming now. 16 minutes of the heat left. And Bentajar going all the way out into the back of the ocean to see if he can make his way up to the point. Charlie decided to do the old desert conveyor belt around the sand on the right hand side. And now it's going to be a question of who is going to reach those waves first to be able to engage on the next waves of their heat. 2 waves for Bentajar, 1 wave for Charlie. Bentajar a 0.57 and a 2.9, and Charlie has a 3.23. There you can see that is the location, that is the spit of the West Point Hotel. And looking at the moment, we have heat number 8 around number 4 of the men on the water. Charlie almost making his way up to the corner of the booth, and on your screen that is Bentajar. He did actually make some distance, but as he came closer to the shore, the wind seems to have been switched a bit, so I reckon he's probably going to come in and do the same and walk up the sand. And as we're waiting for both of these guys to get back in the water, we're going to go down to the beach with Gemma, because she is standing there with Maggie, the winner of that last heat.
Okay, thank you so much, Joe. That's a really great result for you. You're advancing through to round number 5. How do you feel?
Actually, I feel so good to be in the round number 5. Yeah, this is my first time in this event to be in this round 5. Feeling so good, looking forward for it. Yeah.
It's fantastic. How do you feel about the conditions? Was the wind okay for you?
Yeah, the wind, it's a little bit dropping down, picking up, but this is, we're used to it. And the waves are still a little bit, pushing a little bit bigger. This feels good. And it's only waves competition. We don't need that much wind.
It's very good. How do you feel to represent Morocco here in this event?
Yeah, it feels so good, and I want to make more to present my country. It's feeling good, I hope.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck. And we look forward to seeing you back here after the next round. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Gemma. Shukran, Maji. Congratulations, dude. Amazing riding. And yeah, really nice to see the local boys coming out and throwing down on their home turf. And Charlie Martin there just in the background, we could see had another wave, looking to improve on that score. He is definitely making it all the way down to the bottom of this section. I remember James used to do this last year, all the way down pretty much when they were turning on the sand. I remember Reese saying to me that pretty much after that day when he took his wetsuit off, it was nothing but sand all over him. So I'm not surprised we've turned so close to the shore as those. And just waiting for that second score of Charlie to come through. I reckon with this one he is currently going to take the lead, and it looks like Bentajar has switched kite size. He's gone bigger with a 12 meter, if I can not mistaken. I can see out of the corner of my booth as the wind definitely does seem like it is dropping. So let's take a look at those scores. At the moment, we have 0.57 and a 2.9 for Bentajar. And Charlie Martin has a 3.23 and a 2.97. Wind is definitely lighter out there. This is going to be the final heat of round number 4 of the men. And then we are going to be going back to the ladies for heat number 11, the final heat of round number 4 of the ladies. So that is what the situation we're going to do at the moment. So there we can see that is Bentajar on the inside making his way up. He has a 5.07 total at the moment. Charlie Martin has a 6.20. So slightly in the lead, just coming up on that mid-mark. Just under 12 minutes left of this heat. So both of these guys are going to have to step it up because it is very close in between them. Charlie only wins by a 1.13 and needs a 3.30 to take the lead. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, as there's still a lot of time in this heat, and hopefully I reckon there's at least time for one more set. Let's see if they can produce the goods under pressure for both of these riders. There you go. It does look like a wave coming in there. Is Charlie going to turn around on this one? We will soon find out. Yeah, there's the switch of the feet. He is. Okay, so engaging the Union rider under the flag of Cabrina. First turn. A little bit on the flat section, being able to get the tail loose. Whippity whip there for Mr. Martin. Now he's going to be riding this one all the way to the point because it is starting to open up at the end there. So just a little check turn there for him. Pushing away. Here's that inside section that does start to jack up. Again, really pushing as hard as he can to be able to stay on the wave. As you can see, they almost go off the back at the same time. And here's that little double up. Now this is where he starts to hit this inside part of the wave. So he's able to, he's had 4 turns in there, but all of them have been on the flat section of the wave. So this is not going to be a high scorer for him. But still, you know, it's numbers on the cards. He wants to improve over a 2.97 and a 3.23. So both of those scores easily improvable. Let's see what the judges thought of those last 2 of this last wave. Is that going to improve on his backup score, or is that going to improve on his backup score? We will soon find out. Just under 10 minutes left of this heat. So here we can see the repeat of that last wave from Charlie. He has that first section, wasn't bad, did hit it just as the wave was breaking, even though it was very flat. Kind of stumbled out near the foam ball to keep a little bit of the power, and then this turn was very much so on the flat side. You can see it's pretty much just staying on the wave. Here, there is that double up comes, he pushes down on that section. And that was a little bit better, even though the kite, I think, was a bit high, so he couldn't kind of get back onto the wave. And then this was totally on the flats, and then this last one. So I reckon he's got 2 decent turns and then 2 kind of check turns. Let's see what the judges have thought about that one. Get my scorecard up here. Charlie. Okay, 3.43. So the judges are liking what they saw on that wave. Low score, but it means that he has now a new high score, and his backup score is also 2.23. So he's increased his lead, winning by 1.59. And Bentajar would need a 3.76 if he wants to take the lead. So still anybody's game, just coming up on that 8 minutes left of this heat. And Bentajar also on a very small wave. It's that double up section. The guys, if they time it right, are able to get a turn. It's kind of like there's 4 places in the wave at the moment when it's so small that the guys can actually get a turn on the waves. There's that first section all the way up the top. Then they kind of have that flat one, link it up with the second, are able to get a couple of turns in there. Then come down, and it's this double up right in front of the stream booth that we have here. And then all the way down in front of the judges. Kind of like 4 sweet spots, 3 to 4 sweet spots that riders really need to link together, especially when conditions are marginal. You want to time it right and be right on the money and take those better waves. Wave selection is key, which we've been saying throughout the whole day. And there you can see Charlie Martin at the moment slightly in the lead. And coming up next, just a little info we're going to be going over. This is the final heat of round number 4 of the men. Coming up next, we have the last heat of round number 4 of the ladies. Heat number 11 is going to be coming at you in just over about 10 minutes. Okay, so both of the riders making their way back up to the point. I can see I got a beautiful view here from my stream booth. Down in the desert, GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. Final stage of the World Championship. And at the moment we have heat number 8. Round number 4, the men on the water, the last heat of round number 4. Then we're going to be changing over to heat number 11, the final heat of round number 4 of the ladies. And if the conditions are there, we will continue on with the girls, or if not, we're going to mix it up. So we'll have to see Forecast does say there will be a little bit of a push around 6 o'clock local time, so it's 5:30 local time at the moment. So waiting to see. The forecast has been pretty on it. They said the waves would increase throughout the afternoon, and they have a little bit. And they've also said that the wind would pick up there midsection, die down, which is what it's doing now, and then reappear. So at the moment, it looks like it is kind of on the money. Hopefully, it will still be. And now we will see what is going to happen here. Four minutes left on the clock, and Charlie is floating out there. Reckon he's doing some fishing. Been fishing around at the moment. 6.666. Oh, mark of the devil there for the Reunion rider. 6.66 there at the moment. You can see the wind is dropping off. Just under 4 minutes left. This will be the final heat of round number 4. And I can see Bentajar once again has changed the kite one more time. Equipment is key out there here at the moment. And he knows he is very close. He only needs a 3.76, which is a smallish score. But he will need it to be a set wave if he wants to be able to have a chance of taking out Charlie. Charlie kind of eyeing up the shoulder section of this wave. And it looks like Bentajar out the back is also looking for something. Still enough time. I reckon maybe enough time for one more set. Like I said before, interval is about 8 minutes a set. So yeah, we're seeing 2 to 3 sets. And here we have Charlie powering down. This one picks up nicely. Good first turn. Kind of going across the top, and unfortunately the wave has closed out underneath him. He's trying to fly down to get to that battle section, but unfortunately losing his feet underneath him. And here we can see Bentajar dropping in on this little nugget. Decisions are crucial here, because if he makes his way down and this wave isn't enough, I don't reckon he's going to have enough time to be able to make it up. And that is not going to be enough. So now Bentajar is kind of in a little bit of a sticky situation. He's got 2 minutes left. He can either run like the wind to the point, which is what I reckon he is going to do, and hope that a set is going to come towards him, because it is very light out there. 2 minutes left, and let's not forget, after this heat we're going to be moving over to women's heat number 11. There we have on screen the young Union rider Bentajar. Excuse me, Charlie Martin. I apologize there, Charlie. And Bentajar, I can see out the corner of my booth, making his way to the point. It does look like there's a little bit of a set. He needs a 3.74 if he wants to take the win. And Charlie, I think he knows he is not going to make it up in time, so he is going to have to hope and watch Bentajar to see if he is going to have that win taken away from him. We will soon find out. Day 3 here, the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. Big shout out to West Point, Lila, Driss, and all of the sponsors for helping us out here to be able to have this event in these tough times. Beautiful location, Dakhla, one of the oldest stops on tour, and it always prevails. It's been fluky at the moment. We've had a good wind mid-section of this competition. First day was very nice with waves and wind. And now looking forward to 2 more days of action, Saturday and Sunday. Let's not forget, we are also going to be having our sister tour, the GWA Wing 4 World Tour, is going to be starting here for the first event we've had over here in Dakhla. And now we are looking for the last minute of this heat. And it looks like Bentajar is trying to see if he can have the Ocean will throw him a bone and he can have a last wave, but I can hear... No, I can hear the red flag there, meaning that that is the end. I'm not sure if this wave... I'm not sure if this wave is going to count for Bentajar. We will soon find out. Okay, just a little tail slide there. I don't think that is going to be enough for him to be able to take the win, but we will soon find out from our judges. So red flag, and here we have the local rider Bentajar coming in front of the judging tower to see if he can scratch away a few points. But I'm going to say I don't think that is going to be enough. And while we wait for the results, we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with heat number 11 of the women. We're back here. Coming out on the water, we will have Charlotte Carpentier up against Carla Herrera. These are going to be the ladies going out on the water for the first time today. Heat number 4 of round number 4 of the girls. Wind is a little light out there, so we finished the round of the men, and now we're going to try for this final heat of round number 4 of the girls, but it is looking quite glassy out there. Going to give it a go and see if they are able to get out there and have some riding. But I will say, out of the corner of my booth, it's looking very marginal at the moment. But still, you know, we have to go for it. If conditions are not suitable, I know the race crew will put up that AP flag, and we will wait for the final breezes here of day 3 in Dakhla. Just under a minute to the start of this heat. 22 minutes of action on the water, and hopefully the wind will increase a little bit because it is damn light out there right now. Okay, there we have green flag, and we can see that Carla Herrera starting off. If I'm not mistaken, I reckon she's got one of those Ocean Rodeo Alula kites in the air. Alula, big thing at the moment, one of the lightest materials in the industry, and it looks like it's working here for her. I reckon she's on a 12 meter. If I can see at the corner of my eye, I think it's the new Rise there by Ocean Rodeo. You got to use all the tools you can to produce the goods. And this is heat number 4, round 4 of the ladies. So Carla is up against Charlotte Carpentier. These two are very good friends on and off the water. They've been in competitions many times. Two very talented strapless freestyle riders, and when it comes to waves, also both of these girls can throw down. Carla Herrera, former world champion, knows what it is to have the pressure on her, and she is currently out there. Yeah, that is correct. She is with the Alula kite. So let's talk a little bit about Alula. It is the big thing in the industry at the moment. It's pretty much a material that takes over Dacron. Dacron is what has been used for many, many years, and basically is half of the weight. There are difficulties to use an Alula. You know, it's taken brands like Duotone and Ocean Rodeo are the two brands that use this at the moment. It's taken them a long time because you have to sew it differently. There's, you know, there's different torsion, different flexes. But what they have achieved, if they have achieved kites that you pretty much can ride in very light wind conditions. I'll give you an example. I remember chilling out in Cape Town and Sunday I saw the Duotone crew and Ralph, who's one of the main designers, come along. It was a rider that's probably 85 to 90 kilos, and he was out on a 13-meter Juice D-Lab, which is their version of the Alula kite, and he was 8 knots, and the guy was riding on a twin tip. This is how impressive this new material is. So yeah, I can definitely see Carla using the new rides very intelligently. You've got to do everything, and you have to have all the aces up your sleeves to be able to take the chicken home, or to be able to have the win here. And you know, being a former world champion herself, she knows what it takes to be able to do that. So there we have on your screen, that is Carla Herrera making her way all the way out the back, and it does look like it's a nice set coming through. And here we have the French lady Charlotte Carpentier, been spending quite a lot of time in Cape Verde, improving a lot on her wave riding. Just hope that the gusts will come through and we'll be able to see some action. So let's see, 18 minutes, that was one set. So I reckon we've got enough time for 2 more sets in this heat. 22-minute heats, as I said before, about 8 to 9 minutes intervals in between each set. And Charlotte deciding to come all the way down. She did get one turn on that wave. Currently in the lead, so going to apply the pressure here to Carla. And literally just pretty much a flat turn there for her. Judges are not going to be giving her a lot of speed. Different strategies here. Like, I don't know, myself, I wouldn't be taking the time on a lot of those. Once those waves close out, some of the riders are trying to ride the whitewater, and judges are not going to be giving you the scores for that. But hey, waves are so far and few between. Sometimes you have to take what you got. So easier said than done, and easy to say here in the booth and not while you're out there on the waves. But at the moment, Charlotte Carpentier in the lead, 5.30, 2 scores. So, you know, kind of getting a good combo there. And there we can see Carla Herrera managing to stay upwind. And now she has here, looks like a little roller coming towards the point. Will she kind of engage on this one? I don't think she will. I reckon she's going to go back upwind. Yep, there you can see her. Going to go back to the point and see if she can continue on and make her way out to the water. Okay, there's Carla and also Charlotte running up towards this point. 70 minutes of action left in this heat. Currently in the lead, we have Charlotte Carpentier with a 5.3 and Carla Herrera with a 2.4. 2 waves for Charlotte, 1 wave for Carla. Tough conditions out there, quite marginal. I think there was a couple of heats that had the best wind, and that was when we had Ayrton on the water. So looking forward to see some more gusts coming at us, and hopefully we'll be able to get some more action for you here on the stream. And here we have Charlotte keeping herself busy. This is a better wave. You can see just as that wind goes down, either you have the kite in the complete right position and hope that the gust is there with you, or the wave does completely drop you, because those offshore conditions are so hard to manage. Okay, Carla Herrera making her way in on yet another section. Okay, going backside here. Surfing the whitewater, the girls are really having to dig deep and try and get some moves out there, because it is very light and conditions are very hard. 7 minutes already elapsed in this heat. I can see our racing team with their heads out the judging tower. Normally, if conditions aren't there by halfway mark of the heat, they will stick that abandon flag in. At the moment, only 2 waves for Charlotte and 1 wave there for Carla, and both of these girls struggling to stay upwind. And let's see how this lapse continues on as we have a few more minutes of action. And I can definitely see, yeah, I can see the racing team looking out the window. And it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do with this heat. And as we wait for both of these ladies, excuse me, to make their way up to the point, we are going to go down to the beach because I have a young man from Union, Charlie Martin, is down there on the beach with Gemma. Gemma, how is that boy doing?
He's advancing through one more round to round number 5. Charlie, you can talk in French for everyone to follow you from home. How was the heat for you?
Alors les conditions, c'était compliqué. Les vagues, j'essayais de trouver ce qu'on peut. Enfin, tout le monde essaye de trouver ce qu'on peut. Mais bon, on essaye et voilà, on essaye de faire ce qu'on peut. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Charlie. Merci beaucoup et félicitations. And we see you hopefully in the next round.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks, Gemma. Thank you, Charlie. Charlie, great riding. Really good to see him coming through to the next heat. As you said, it is not easy for anybody out there. Conditions are hard. And it looks like Carla Herrero, is that? Yeah, so that is Carla. Looks like here, there we go, a set. So what did we say before? It was about 17 minutes and there was 1 set. And here we can see the next one coming through. Okay, so Carla and Charlotte, it is very, very close in between these guys. Man, the conditions are really light out there. I honestly reckon our race crew is going to call this one because neither of the girls are able to engage on a turn or they are able to get out and stay upwind. The wind has really dropped, which is, it does say that at around 6, looking at the forecast now, it does say around 6, 6:15, it does increase kind of 5 knots, which is semi what we were seeing before. But yeah, it does, at the end of the day here, the wind does start to disappear as the heat starts to go down. So hopefully the wind will increase and we'll be able to continue through on this heat. But at the moment, I think the conditions are so marginal out there that I reckon our race crew is going to call it. But we are still green flag. It is still high in the sky. And let's see what happens in the closing minutes of this heat. 12 minutes left out of the 22. And in the water we have heat number 4, round number 4 of the Women GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla. Charlotte Carpentier with a 7.41 in the lead and Carla with a 4.53 in second position. Okay, Carla picking up on one of the set waves, made her way out to the point. This one does look like it's opening up a little bit further down. Doesn't need a big score. This is one of the biggest waves we've seen of the day. Will she be able? No, she's going to have to. She's switching back. She's got to get down to that section. She's too far up in the white water. It's very hard and it is completely closing out in front of her, so she's not going to be able to get any scores on that one, unfortunately. Let's have a look at how they're doing at the moment. Okay, Charlotte has a 2.97 and a 2.67, and now Carla has gone a little bit closer because she has a 2.40 and a 2.13. Okay, I'm hearing the noise of the siren, meaning only one thing. Yep, that heat has been cancelled, and as I've been saying before, I reckon that's a very good decision because the conditions are very light. 5:30 in the afternoon, as we 5:45 in the afternoon, as we said. They say it's going to increase around 6:15 is looking like it's increasing around 5 knots, which I reckon is what was there before, but at the moment the conditions are very light. Be great to finish round number 4 of the lady, but at the moment we are on standby. So while we're waiting, let's jump to some commercial breaks, and we'll be back, and I'll keep you guys informed as soon as possible.
MDJS, faire gagner le sport.
Okay, and we are back. There you can see red flag, but we are moving over to round number 5 of the men. So now we are going out with the guys out on the water. So let's have a look and see who is going to be going out at the moment. Round number 5 in the men, starting off the afternoon. Just coming up on 6 o'clock. The forecaster said that it was going to increase a little bit, but still waiting to see if that is going to happen. It's pretty glassy out there at the moment. Let's see what is going to happen. Conditions have been tricky to say the least at the moment. So now we enter the round where if James Carew does win his heat and does win his round number 5, he will be claiming that World Championship. So looking forward to see if we are able to get all the way through that. Probably about hour and a half, 2 hours of sunlight left. So I don't think we will be seeing round number 5 completed today, but still anything can happen. Here we have the guys starting to get ready, and now we will see some action out on the water. Bear with us as it looks like we are going into sequence. Okay, so first going out on the water for round number 1, we have Beccali versus Francesco Capuzzo. Beccali versus Francesco Capuzzo. There is the yellow flag, and that is not a good sign. I know you guys can't see it on the stream, but I have literally just seen Francesco's kite fall out of the sky. So we are in sequence. The yellow flag is up, but I have a feeling unless that was a gust and he's now going to kind of come up, his kite just completely fell out of the sky due to the lack of wind. And there you can see Ali ready to go. So marginal conditions at the moment. Maybe it was a gust. We'll soon find out. I know they were still going to green flag, and then if conditions aren't suitable, they will want to postpone one more time. So there we have it. That is the red flag in the sky. So in the white Cabrina, we have Ali Beccali, and there with the black RRD, that was Francesco Capuzzo. Let's see if these boys have enough wind to be able to continue through. 22-minute heats on the water. And local boy, Mr. Beccali, is going to be pumping to drop in on this wave. Let's see. Oh man, it is so light out there. The guys literally, as soon as they got off of the wave, just completely lose all of the power. And Francesco is barely able to launch his kite. He still hasn't been able to launch his kite. So yeah, conditions still very marginal out there. I'm going to say these guys are probably going to call it one more time because it is completely marginal or no wind at the moment. Still, you know, anything can happen. Gusts can come through. But yeah, this is definitely, I think this is definitely going to be called at the moment unless it suddenly starts. Yeah, you can see Francesco's kite just falling out of the sky. He is right next to the pier, which does not, the point, which does not help. But you can just see Ali also just, you know, kind of jumped on that wave, was going to push through. I'm going to call the race team is going to be saying abandon very shortly. Okay, Francesco looping it around to see if he can get it going up in that side. And there you can see all the different flags, all of the different parts. But it is very hard out there at the moment. Conditions are very light. And I can see out of the corner of my booth that we are still on green flag. And let's see what the race director and the race crew say about the conditions out there at the moment. I reckon they're just waiting a few minutes to see if it was actually a lull, or if the wind is going to come back, and if not, they will be calling this the same way they did the girls. But yeah, let's have a look. Both of the riders now seem to be going out, but I don't think I can see any action out there. There you can see Ali Bakali already just literally straight lining and pumping on these waves. We're able to get a turn in, but yeah, I mean, it is very light. Just a little foam roll. It does look like Augusta's come through, so hey, maybe it is. We will soon find out. Excuse me. Okay, Francisco Capuzzo also on the way back. Coming towards the shore, he has a nice little roller here. This is a very... Francesco always does have a really good wave selection. A good turn. One of the better waves of the set. Now he stays towards the foam ball. Very good backside rider. One of the most complete watermen. I would not want to know the size of this guy's garage. He has so many toys. He's a professional windsurfer. He's doing the GWA Wingfall Tour. He is doing the GKA Kite-Surf Tour. And I reckon if there was a yo-yo championship, he would also be in it. Such a cool guy on and off the water. One of our best ambassadors. Always a smile, always a shaka. This young man from Italy. Very good friend of mine, Mr. Capuzzo. And there we can see him. 3 good turns. Once again, you know, just making the most of the conditions out there. And that was he saw the set, got on the wave. 3 decent turns. Now let's have a look on the scorecard, see what the judges thought of that one. 4.07 for Francesco. Francesco currently in second position, but he only has 1 wave. And Ali Bakali with his 2.10 and a 2.83. Totally now set 4.93. So Francesco, good riding, good selection, but the conditions are very, very marginal at the moment. Okay, here we have Bakali coming down one more time. Does look like the waves are starting to reform again, and there you can just see the wind is so light in that middle section. If the kite is too close to the ground, sometimes the rocks will block it. I reckon he's probably going to connect on the wave, and there you can see Francesco walking all the way up, or running all the way up to see if he can get another wave, because he had a solid 4.07 for that last wave with those 3 to 4 backside turns. And Bakali having a hard time here, not being able to engage on a wave yet. Very talented young man. We've seen him at all of the comps. He's always in the final rounds, and here we have him just riding along, making the most out of this little inside mush. He currently has a 2.83 and a 2.10. Well, it's going to be close. Maybe he will improve on his backup score there. Still, it was pretty much flat turns, but I reckon now I don't think he's going to get much past a 1 or 1 something, because it was literally just whacking the white water there. And yep, 1.00 there coming in from the judges. And Francesco one more time making his way out to the back of the competition area. So if we do continue on with the next heat after this one, we will have Sebastian Ribeiro, highest heat score of yesterday. But no, there is the buzzer. The sooner I say it, the sooner it happens. There is the horn, meaning that this heat is abandoned, and we are one more time on standby. Right decision from the race crew. Conditions very marginal out there, and there you can see the flag, the cancellation flag in the sky. Bear with us, there's still a couple hours of sunlight here. We will stand strong. Already got through round number 4 of the men, and in round number 5 of the men at the moment. Tried with the end of round number 4 of the ladies, and were not able to complete that, and we haven't been able to complete this heat either. So on standby, there you can see the judges. A very long day for them there in the booth, and yeah, looking forward to see if we will have a final little bit of gust to be able to continue competition here. Yeah, so bear with us. This is GK Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, day number 3. We're going to take a short break as we go on standby and see a few commercials.
Thank you.